grayly in the night.
Stakeout setup, Danny. Cruising. Squad car's waiting for us downstairs.
The beginning night is strung through with cold, and the hurrying shapes that curve backward in your vision. The street of the spinning lights, and turn off it, East 38th, ride it slowly, past the rows of brownstones and the corner stores and winter loneliness of Manhattan Street, and slowly past the lighted window, ground level, where a woman sits, now clothed in a house dress and reading. Trapped. Past it, another corner turn and stop.
Coffee in the thermostat. You want some?
Later. Yeah, what's the time?
7:10. It's going to be a long night.
Yeah. Call in, Mugler.
Yeah. Car 43, car 43 reporting.
43.
Parked at southeast corner of East 38th and 3rd, according to Plan A.
Nothing from here. Car 22 reported suspicious acting man on 4th turning into 38th. Shook him down. Drunk. Unarmed.
Car 43, 10-4. Well?
Park further down the street, Mugler. I'm going to take a walk. If you need me, I'll probably be in a doorway around the corner.
Right.
Past the lighted window again. And the woman in the house dress, policewoman, reading, across the street and watches. She gets up, frames herself against the light, stares the night. Sits down again, reads again. And the doorway directly across from her is cold plaster that holds 6 mailboxes. Directions to the tenants on how to live. And things to do in case of a bomb attack, illustrated. And in a while, a young woman comes up the steps, cloth coat around her waitress uniform, looks into an empty mailbox, looks emptily at you, goes into the house, trails echo of footsteps. And later a man leaves the house, checks his pockets and goes off happy. Watch him walk down the street. And the squad car picks him up, trails him, drops him. And night becomes 9 o'clock. And the woman across the street sits, reads, gets up, walks around the room, sits, reads. And the 9 o'clock wind holds all the cold of the hours before and fills the street. And gusts of it break off and run into doorways, wrap themselves around people who wait there. And the light from the squad car blinks into the night and screams at it. Mugler?
Sniper, Danny. Just got to communicate.
Where?
2 blocks from here on 40.
Let's go.
Come on, honey. Please wake up, honey.
You'll be all right, Mr. Garson.
Fainted up, baby.
A little drunk, too.
So what?
You want to tell me what happened, Mr. Garson?
Look at her lying there.
She was there in bed when she was shot at, right?
Poor baby. Wait till she wakes up and finds out she was shot at by the sniper. She'll faint all over again.
Just what happened? What?
I was reading to her.
Go on.
I just finished turning the page, and she was giving me my drink, and...
What?
I turned the page, and she was holding out the glass to me, and then it happened. Shot the glass right out of her hand. Over the book, my pajamas.
I think your wife is waking up, Mr. Garson.
Oh, it's all right, baby. Little bumblebee puppy. I'm here, little pussycat. Everything's all right.
Mr. Garson.
Look how she wakes up. A doll, baby. I think you better leave us alone now.
When Mrs. Garson feels better, I want you both down at headquarters to file a report.
Yeah, baby. Drink your carriage. Don't mind him, little rat. But he's leaving.
Well?
Shot came from the alley, through the bedroom window. The woman was in bed. Sniper shot a glass out of her hand.
Lucky.
Is she?
Well, I'd say she is. What would you say?
Consider it, Muggerman. 4 women were lucky. The 5th was killed. Think about it.
Oh, I just told you.
Reverse it. Think about it the other way.
Yeah.
So let's make it calls. Hello, Mr. Dermot. Mind if we come in?
Oh, come on.
This is Detective Muggavan, Mr. Dermot.
Oh, hi. Sorry about your wife, Mr. Dermot.
In here. Let you boys take off your coats.
Yeah. All right. When are you going to get your window fixed, Mr. Dermot?
Putting that cardboard in there's as far as I'm going to go. I'm moving.
Where are you going?
Away from here. Think I'm going to live here anymore?
Yeah, it must be real tough.
I can tell you this. I sure miss it.
How long were you married, Mr. Dermot?
I told you, 12 years.
Oh, that's right. I'd forgotten.
12 years. You're not going to believe this. We never had an argument.
Why not?
Huh?
Well, I've been married 14 years, and starting with our third anniversary, my wife and I had little arguments every week, and a big one once a month. And we're very happy. So why haven't you had any arguments, Mr. Dermot?
You didn't argue with my wife.
Why not?
She'd get upset.
Oh, that's right. I forgot.
You forgot what?
That your wife is a sickly woman.
You been checking on me?
What was the matter with your wife?
I asked you a question. You been checking on me?
Well, where are you keeping this drawer, Mr. Dermot?
Hey, Tom.
Knitting stuff. Just that, Danny.
What's the big idea of opening that drawer?
A lot of knitting in there. Your wife like to knit?
You just don't open any drawers without permission, you hear? Yeah, she likes to knit. She likes to crochet and tat and hook ruck. So what difference does that make?
She must have had a lot of time on her hands.
Well, what if she did? Hey, now what's the matter with you? I don't want you going around opening things. What do you think?
Nothing in here, Danny. A picture album, Christmas decorations.
What are you looking for,
Let's
anyhow?
talk some more about your wife, Mr. Dermot.
She was a good, sweet, kind woman.
Yeah, they all are. Did you hate her very much?
Hate her? I was married.
Yeah, I know. 12 years.
Why should I hate her?
A sickly woman, a woman who never went out, a woman who sat home all day.
I'll try the kitchen, Danny.
What are you looking? You just tell me that, will you?
I'll cut it out, Mr. Dermot.
You should just tell me what he's looking for.
A gun.
You think I'm the sniper?
Are you?
You out of your mind?
Look at it this way, Mr. Dermot. 5 women were shot at. The only one who was hit, your wife. Not wounded either, killed. The other 4, drinks shot out of their hand. A light bulb shattered. A vase, a mirror.
My wife was unfortunate, that's all. The other 4...
Fortunate? At first we thought we were looking for a man who couldn't shoot well, who was trying to kill and was missing. Now we're going on the premise that he was missing on purpose.
I don't understand what you're talking about.
Missing on purpose. A crack shot who could shoot out light bulbs through windows, who could kill your wife through a window.
Danny?
What's he doing in there?
Let's go see him.
Well, you're breaking up my house?
You hid this marksman medal. Where'd you hide the gun? Here, look, Danny. Expert marksman's medal.
Where'd you hide the gun, Mr. Dermot?
What do you think I am?
Maybe a man who shot at a lot of women to get the word sniper in the newspapers, just so you could get one woman, your wife.
Take one last pot shot at a woman drinking booze in bed to clinch it.
You're crazy? Why should I kill my wife?
Look at it from our point of view, Mr. Dermot. You're a man who likes people, likes to be nice to children.
Likes to go outside sometimes, too, huh?
Yeah, my wife wouldn't let me do that.
Your wife, the woman who sits in a chair and knits. No friends, nobody to stop in.
No fun. 12 years of it. Not even any arguments. 12 years to get fed up.
You understand how it was?
Of course we do. The man figures he gets old soon enough.
A wife like that.
Sure. You live, you gotta have fun. Can't stay home all the time.
Would you?
Where's the gun?
Oh, you won't find it.
Threw it away?
Dismantled, tossed it in the river. Listen, kid. You weren't kidding, would you?
About what?
About understanding.
You're a killer, we understand that.
Well, yeah, I know, no, but I mean about my wife. What you said. How a man gets old too fast. How his life runs away from him and nobody to talk to. Sit in a room, feed her medicine, wait on her. Every night you go to sleep, dream about how it would be without her. You understand. I know you do.
The time of winter, daytime leaves Broadway fast. You walk toward the shadows. Someone smiles and takes your hand, whispers to close your eyes, then bangs your head against the night. Your scream mixes well with the shriek, the riot. It's Broadway. The gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway. My beat. Broadway's My Beat. From Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
Broadway. It's an enchanted island or a prison cut off from the rest of the world. It all depends upon the mood you're in. The sudden sounds that dart from doorways, call them fury, or make yourself believe they're promises dimly heard. Or con yourself that the stare that just trailed by you had nothing to do with hunger. You can kid yourself on Broadway because that's what it's here for. It's Broadway, My Beat. To a policeman, a telephone is an instrument of mayhem. It carries the after images of violent death with the speed of sound. The telephone told me there'd been a murder. It told me just now. It told me where. It told me to climb 6 flights of steps at the Ramsey Apartments, and I'd find death waiting for me in an elevator near the head of the stairs.
Right over here, Danny.
Hi, Muggavan.
In here, in the elevator. There he is, Danny, on the floor.
Who is he?
No identification. Person unknown, shot to death by person unknown. Whereabouts of the shooting is a moot point.
This man's too well dressed to go around without a wallet or some kind of identification.
Maybe he was heisted.
Who are you?
Elevator man.
Yeah, Danny, he runs the elevator. He called in the precinct. I got the call.
Maybe the guy's wallet was heisted. Robbery, huh? With a deadly weapon.
You.
Funny man.
What's your name, elevator man?
Eddie Amboy, 1212 East 54th. You walk up 2, turn right, turn left, then walk up a half till there's nothing but a door. Eddie Amboy, my place.
Okay, Eddie. Tell me about it.
About what?
Book him, Muggavan. I'm tired.
Oh, about the guy here? I already did that. Ask this Muggavan here. I did the story to him.
Mr. Clover's tired. Do the story again.
Yeah. The guy pushes a buzz on the first floor.
Where were you?
In the sub-basement. Little things wrong with this elevator. I was fixing it. I'm conscientious.
Go ahead.
The guy buzzes, I bring the car up, I open the door. This guy gets in. He's holding his tummy like it aches him. He says, 6th floor, please. I close the door. I turn the handle. We ride. Now comes the 6th floor. We stop. I open the door. I look around. The guy's on the floor, dead. Tummy ache turns out to be caused by bullet.
The story he told you, Muggavan?
Same.
If it gets too complicated, I'll be glad to do it again. Start all over in the sub-basement.
You did good.
Thanks. Can I have my elevator back now?
It's not yours anymore, kid. When a man gets murdered on an elevator, the elevator suddenly belongs to the world. A man's dying takes many shapes, occurs in many places. It's rare that he has a choice. But the unknown, unnamed man whose face was now gaunt against the pressure of his cheekbones, whose eyes held no reflection of the light shining into them, seemed to have made one. He chose not to die in the street, but to crawl within the metal walls of an elevator. And the plain, the prosaic words, the dying words on his lips, he must have chosen too. Because for him they had meaning. It was my job to find out their meaning. At headquarters, we put tracers out on the murdered man. Who was he? If we knew that, maybe we'd know why he had to die. And in the morning, I went back to the 6th floor he'd wanted. I had Muggavan's list of the tenants in the 3 apartments on that floor. I rang the first bell on the list.
What do you want?
You, Miss Conrad?
What do you want?
I'm from the police.
Who is it, Martha? Who is it?
Don't you think you'd better tell her?
Martha, how dare you not answer me? Who is it? And don't tell me it's no one because I heard you whispering. Who is it, Martha? It's the police. Oh, how wonderful, the police. But isn't that the end? Show them in, Martha. No, wait, darling. First I want to paint my face. Come in.
But I...
It's all right. She's already done her face. Come in. Down this hole, please. No, don't come any closer. I want you both to stand right where you are. Especially you, policeman.
You, Miss Conrad?
Mary Conrad. You may call me Mary, because Mary's a grand old name. Martha. Yes? Martha, get the policeman and me something. A libation, a morning martini, anything the policeman wants.
Don't go away, Martha.
You afraid to be left alone with me, policeman?
Miss Conrad, a man was murdered in this building last night.
Murder? In this building? That's the end. Martha, did you hear what the beautiful man said?
He got in the elevator and asked for the 6th floor. Was it you he wanted to see, Miss Conrad?
The policeman must want a drink.
No, Mary, he wants to.
Do as I say, Martha. Don't be angry with me, darling. Just always do as I say. Now, where were we? Oh, yes, the murdered man. Who was he?
We don't know, but I have a picture.
A picture? How wonderful. Gimme.
Here.
Very distinguished. So dead. So horribly dead.
Do you know him?
Would it make it easier for you if I did, policeman?
Do you know him, Miss Conrad?
I'm sorry, dreadfully sorry. We don't know this man, do we, Martha? Do we?
No, we don't know him.
Where were you last night, Miss Conrad?
I was here. All day. All evening, all night. I didn't go out once. Did I, Martha?
No.
The commotion in the hall when the man was found, it didn't wake you?
Did it wake me, Martha?
No, you slept very soundly.
You sleep in the same room with Miss Conrad, Martha?
Well,
Policeman, you talk to Martha as if she were a servant.
But I thought...
That's dreadful. Of course Martha's not a servant. She's my sister. Isn't she the end?
Maybe I said something after that. I don't remember. What I do remember is waving my jaw a few times and trying to smile and give the impression of course she's your sister. What else? Then I left. The apartment door across the hall had a nameplate that said Jonathan Quill and was equipped with a door knocker, a brass dragon sticking his tongue out at me. I lifted him up and pushed his face against the door. And then it happened. The door swung open. I stepped inside. How was I to know I was standing in the middle of a train crossing?
Jump over it, boy. Jump over it. You want to get hit by a train? Oh, yeah. You sure had a narrow squeak now, didn't you? Could have taken off a toe.
Yeah. Hey, what goes on?
Look at her go. Oh, the exact replica of the super chief. And almost as fast. Oh, I always wanted to be a brakeman, boy. Became a millionaire instead. What did you want to become?
A millionaire. I got to be a policeman instead.
Glad you came. Never had a policeman watch for trains. Never thought about asking one.
Well, now that you're delighted, Mr. Quill, I hope I won't do anything to break up your fun. I'm a policeman come to see about a murder.
Yeah, murder? Wait till I throw the switch, boy. Wait till I throw the switch here. Just wait till I throw it. Let's see, a murder? You mean the one down the hall? The elevator murder? I didn't do it, and I'll prove it to you.
Mr. Quill.
You bet I'll prove it to you. You want an alibi, don't you? That's why you came here. I know all about policemen. You want alibis. Harold! Harold!
Yeah?
Come in here. Harold, that's a policeman. You know what to do, Harold. Right over there. That's a policeman right there.
Hello. My name's Harold Blake, Jonathan's partner.
Danny Clover.
You seem to have gotten Jonathan excited. Jonathan gets excited.
Tell him, Harold. Tell him. You know what to do now. Tell him.
Well, ever since the elevator boy was in here last night...
Eddie Amboy? He didn't say anything about that. I didn't know he came in the apartment.
Well, he reported the murder from here.
You mean he used your phone to call the police?
Yes, that's right, to call the police. I was here visiting with Jonathan. I live in the next apartment, you see.
I see. Pretty late for visiting, wasn't it?
By some standards.
By some standards.
Frankly, Mr. Clover, and you've probably never gotten an alibi like this in your life. We wanted to watch the trains on what we call the milk run. That's our alibi.
Tell him what else, Harold. Go ahead.
Oh, I don't think that's...
Go ahead. Tell me what else.
Well, it's about the elevator operator, about Eddie. Jonathan thinks Eddie is the murderer.
That's what I think.
Oh? Why?
Because Eddie is mean and spiteful and tried every which way to make an honest dollar. He's the type that murders other types.
What else?
Need there be anything else? Eddie is the killer. It's a hunch I have. I have made $1 million with my hunches.
You see how it is, Mr. Clover.
No, I don't see. But I'm going to try. Where there's peace, gentlemen, and quiet. Away from trains, gentlemen.
Hey, Danny, you in the mood for heap big powwow?
Huh? Say that again, Tartaglia.
Powwow, that's Indian talk, a throwback.
Try me once more, Tartaglia.
Well, a throwback to last night. Every night I play Cowboys and Indians with Mrs. Tartaglia and my 6 boys. Yeah, and I am always an Indian. Hey, you should see my teepee, Danny. Surplus army blanket.
There must be a string of beads around here somewhere, Tartaglia. Go play someplace else.
Danny, please, be serious. We got work to do.
Oh. Well, who makes medicine first, you or me?
Huh? Oh, me, Danny, me. Now, this is a very grave matter. The technical boys say the signal system on the elevator where deceased unknown was found murdered. You follow me?
Mm-hmm.
They say said signal system was disconnected when they went over it.
So?
So, what makes the mystery into a big pile is that somewhere there is a discrepancy.
Like what?
Like a discrepancy in time. Detective Muggovan received the murder call at his precinct at 2:55 in the a.m. He noted it down.
So?
So, Dr. Sinsky says, after examination of said unknown deceased, that said unknown deceased was deceased for at least 2 hours when found, which would place the time of his murder, considering the here and there of police routine, at about 1 in the morning, not at 2:55 as was called in by the elevator operator. Now, this means the boy cut off the signal system. He should not be disturbed. Danny, I ain't finished. I can't never get a word out edgewise. Danny!
The doorman told me I'd find you here, Eddie.
Oh, well, it's the hard detective, huh? Where else would you find this elevator boy, Bloodhound? I'll answer that. In the sub-basement, fixing this stinking elevator.
Last night, Eddie. Did you have to fix the elevator before you called the police?
That's a very interesting question, because I can't figure out what it means. Very mystical.
I'll explain it to you, elevator boy.
Now, go back, Bloodhound. You come under here with me, you might get your throat caught in a steel cable or something. Under here is for experts.
From here, then. The call you made to the police, Eddie. How come it was almost an hour late? That's a long time, an hour.
Hey, you're good. You boys are real good to find out a thing like that.
We got experts, too, Eddie. So maybe you better put your elevator away someplace and come out here and talk to me. Expert to expert.
Yeah, I'll do that. One more tap in its tummy. Hey, who's that?
Eddie, get out! Get out!
I can't! My foot is caught! Help! Oh!
No.
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
Broadway is a place that mourns the dead only in passing. The cold whisper of death winds its way through the neon chasm, and Broadway notes it, shudders, and huddles in on itself. To the murder of an anonymous man in an elevator, to the crushing out of another man's life by that same elevator, Broadway reacted true to form. It read the headlines, shrugged, and flipped them neatly into the nearest trash can. But at headquarters, it isn't that easy. Even Sergeant Tartaglia didn't think so.
It ain't easy, Danny. 20 years into business, and, well, it still ain't easy.
What isn't, Tartaglia?
To be in a business where the product is dead bodies, where the clients are murderers. I've often commented thusly to Mrs. Tartaglia.
Does she comfort you then, Tartaglia?
Like an angel. She goes to the mix master, beats up a recipe, and presents me with a confection. I happen to have one here now, Danny. Homemade halva. Here, have a piece. Go on.
Thanks. Good. Okay, Tartaglia, brief me.
Oh, this halva. Well, it's like chewing on a dream, huh, Danny?
My compliments to the missus. Brief me, Tartaglia.
Yeah. Well, item. The unknown man found dead in the elevator of the first part is still, to all intents and purposes, unknown.
Yeah, but you'll keep after it, Tartaglia.
Oh, like an old hound dog. Item, the death of the elevator operator, Eddie Amboy. The boys in technical concur with your opinion that he was indubitably murdered.
Well, it's generous of them.
Yeah, they thought so. They said the hacksaw you found on the roof of the apartment building, plus the evidence that the elevator cable had been sawed through, this made it murder.
What else, Tartaglia?
Well, we have checked on the background of Eddie Amboy. Found he ran an elevator, and in his room had a wife, Mrs. Eddie Amboy.
She there now?
Oh, yeah, Danny, yeah. The boys are even now, keeping tabs on her.
Tartaglia, give me the rest of that halva. I may need it for comfort. Mrs. Amboy?
Who are you?
I'm from the police, Danny Clover.
Well,
May I come in?
you're from the police. You want to see me about what?
About Eddie, about your husband.
He's dead. You're late. You should have come months ago. Eddie's dead. Last night he got married to an elevator.
Eddie was murdered, Mrs. Amboy.
You'd want to take the trouble. Come on in. Sit over there if you want to.
Thanks. You said I should have come months ago. Why?
Could have arrested him. Could have had him sentenced for every little petty crime he committed. I added it up one night. Come to 157 years.
That way, huh?
This way, Mr. Clover. I could have visited him in jail, brought him pineapple upside-down cake. He liked pineapple upside-down cake. It's a dream I had. To watch him eating pineapple upside-down cake behind bars.
You sound bitter enough to want to kill him.
And wreck that dream I told you about? Myself? That was Eddie's department.
You were around when Eddie was killed?
Still doubt me, Mr. Clover. Don't doubt me. I've been on vacation, mister. To Washington, the District of Columbia, to our nation's capital. 2-day all-expense tour by bus to gawk at the White House, Lincoln's Memorial.
Miss Amboy.
Eddie sent me away. He had a girl.
When did you get back, Mrs. Amboy?
This morning. Time to read the paper. And time to know that Eddie was dead. Time to come back here and sniff perfume I never had. Another woman.
We'll check that. About the trip to Washington, I mean.
Yes, sure. You know what I was just thinking, Mr. Clover?
What?
6 years. I get my first 2-day vacation in 6 years and it becomes a matter for the police. How long will it be before Eddie leaves me alone? You've seen women like me before, mister. Help me out. How long will it be?
We'll just check about that bus trip. No longer than that.
Oh, wait a minute. Don't go yet, Mr. Clover. I got it right here. Here. Take this wallet.
What about it?
Before I burned Eddie's clothes this morning, I went through them. Maybe he left me $5 insurance money. I found this wallet. Eddie never had no wallet like this. Anyhow, it's empty.
Not quite empty. A picture of a man. An identification card.
You know?
Not really, Mrs. Amboy, but I know about him. He's a man who didn't get off an elevator. He tried, but he didn't make it. Mrs. Amboy's eyes glittered through the shadows of the room filled with shadows. And all that was in them was the hard crust of a hatred finally resolved. It was not only Eddie's clothes she had burned, but his touch, his gaze on her, the whispered night words. There was nothing more I could ask her about Eddie that she would answer. So I got out. The picture, the identification card, and the wallet she gave me belonged to the man who had been murdered and found in the elevator. Now I knew who he was, but I needed more than that. There was an address on the card. I went to it.
Oh, well, I'm afraid you'll have to come back some other time, sir. Dr. Stafford is not in.
I know that. I'm from the police. Danny Clover. And you?
The attendant. I helped Dr. Stafford. He has a small hospital here. Only Dr. Stafford and myself. Police?
Yes. I want to...
Well, I'm afraid you'll have to take up whatever it is you want with Dr. Stafford. I'm not in a position. What is it you want, Mr. Clover?
Something like this. How is it you don't seem to know that Dr. Robert Stafford is dead?
Well, he often takes trips away from here for 2 or 3 days at a time. I never could. Dead?
Murdered.
That's impossible. Well, he was so hale and hearty when he left here. He was so...
Murdered.
I knew it would happen someday. I knew it, and I told him so many times.
Why? Why did you tell him that?
Because of the nature of his profession. Dr. Stafford was a psychiatrist, a very competent one. Some of the people he treated were mad. Murderous and mad. You've only to read their records. Call him.
Where are they?
What?
The records, where are they?
Oh, in his office in there. But you've no right. You've no right. Those are Dr. Stafford's. Please, Mr. Clover.
These papers here on the desk? Are these records?
Yes, Dr. Stafford was studying those the night he went away. I haven't touched them. Dr. Stafford didn't like anyone.
Case history, Conrad. Doesn't make sense. I can't understand what's written here.
Psychiatrist records are like that, Mr. Clover. Mr. Clover, you can't take those with you. They belong to Dr. Stafford.
Welcome, Danny. Welcome to the office that Freud built with the taxpayers' money, Danny.
Dr. French, how are you?
All right, Danny, all right. Well, what brings you to the city psychiatrist? Problem?
A problem.
Off the record?
On it, Doctor. I've got a file here. It's filled with words and parts of words that I don't understand. A file about a sick woman.
Illness requires a special language, Danny. Let me take a look.
Here. Anything, Doctor?
Gently, Danny, gently. This is quite a history.
Sum it up for me, Doctor. Tell me so I can understand.
Can the lay mind understand insanity? For the woman named Conrad, it says here that she's insane.
How insane?
The insanity of the headlines, Danny. The sensational insanity. The woman named Conrad is a homicidal maniac.
Yeah.
This woman needs attention. According to these notes, she was going to be committed.
I know, but which one?
I don't understand.
Which one, Doctor? Which Conrad? Martha or Mary? Which is a homicidal maniac? Which? Tartaglia, get in here.
Yeah, Danny, yeah. I was just in the... Hey, what are you doing with your gun, Danny? The old ammunition don't please you?
Something like that. Tartaglia, I've got a thing for you to do.
Always a pleasure, Danny.
Tell the boys in the press room we've captured a homicidal maniac.
Oh, that's nice. Huh? Hey, where, Danny? Where is he?
A woman, Tartaglia. A mad woman named Conrad. Tell the reporters we're holding her for the murders of Dr. Robert Stafford and Eddie Amboy.
Well, you have spoken, Danny. But
what, Tartaglia?
Well, me, a policeman. It makes me ashamed to confess it, but I don't know what's going on in the police department.
Oh, I'll whisper it in your ear, then you'll know. Eddie Amboy. He was the key, Tartaglia.
The key to what, Danny?
To the murder of Dr. Robert Stafford, to his own. Because he saw the Conrad woman kill Stafford, then blackmailed her in his own special way. Eddie had special ways.
Well, if I could only understand it, it would explain something.
Well, it explains Eddie's delay in calling the police. He had to fix it up with the murderer, Tartaglia. It took him an hour. When he finally convinced her, he called us. He didn't know he was playing games with a mad woman.
Oh, and this Conrad was the woman who sawed through the cable and thereby dropped an elevator on him?
Yeah.
Hey, but wait a minute, Danny. There are two Conrads, Mary and Martha. Now, don't play hard with my emotions, Danny. Which one was it, Mary or Martha?
How would I know? Another thing, Tartaglia. One of the Conrad sisters is in her apartment now. I checked. Tell Muggerman not to let the other sister get to her. Under no circumstances is one sister to contact the other. You got that?
Got it, Danny.
Yeah, one more thing. If anyone wants me, anyone, they can reach me at home. Is it all clear now, Tartaglia? So I went home. I tapped on the landlady's door, told her I was expecting visitors, told her to send them up. In my apartment, I hung my shoulder holster with a gun across a chair, then sat facing the window, trying to hold on to at least one of the answers that kept nudging themselves through my mind. But they were fleeting and of no consequence. A murderer might come calling tonight. This was the thought that crowded out the rest of the thoughts. And then below me, captured in the pool of light spread by the street lamp, a silhouette. A woman. A woman who looked for a house number, found it, walked to the door beneath me. Found me. Good evening, Miss Conrad.
May I come in?
I want you to. Over there, Miss Conrad. Sit down.
No. I'd rather stand.
All right. Why did you come here?
What have you done with her, Mr. Clover? What have you done with my sister Martha?
You've seen the newspapers. The police have her. She'll see the psychiatrist in the morning. You know that, Miss Conrad. You know she needs medical attention.
I know that. But you'll put her away. You'll put her away like an animal. She'll die in a cage. My sister.
Your sister murdered two men.
Yes. Yes.
Why didn't you come to the police? You knew she murdered Dr. Stafford, knew about Eddie Amboy.
She'll die in a cage. Crawling in a cage.
Come in.
Martha. Martha, what are you doing here? I don't understand. That policeman, he said... The papers said...
They were holding you, Mary. I thought they'd finally caught you. Finally. Oh, Mary. Mary.
It's a trick. It's a trick. Let's run. Let's get out of here.
No more running.
Come on.
No more. You're sick.
Let's go.
You're sick, Mary.
Huh?
Don't you know that?
Huh?
I tried to help, but this man is killing us. Oh, Mary.
Don't touch me. You've turned on me. Now he knows. Now he knows, and you. I'll kill you both.
Mary, put down that gun.
I'll kill you. Kill you.
The smoke from a gun curled up and mixed with her hair, and behind the smoke, her face, fury disintegrating, dissolving into disbelief. She stood there, her body taut, her mind clutching for one fleeting instant of sanity that it was through, over, done with. The simple recognition that the gun had been harmlessly loaded. Then she rejected everything. A little while later, some men came. Men who knew about these things. They picked her up and carried her away. Broadway's deserted now, except for those who never quit. Those who wear peepholes for eyes, the dream walkers, the people who want to laugh. They search behind doorways, in alleys, through shuttered windows. And they never go home, because they can't. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia. The program was produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. The musical score was composed and conducted by Alexander Curry.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Broadway's My Beat. From Times Square to Columbus Circle. The gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
Broadway. It's a neon shriek of despair that claws across the face of night, that tears up the black wind, that beats against the silent dust. It's struggle and confusion and the dance of shadows on a spectacular illuminated with 10,000 fragments of light. It screams, it sobs, it whimpers, it laughs. The face of night has not changed. It's Broadway, My Beat. were waiting, the harbor police, their launch dancing against the shadows of the curious, waiting and bound in the veil of mist rising above the river. They were waiting for me.
Hiya, Danny. You got here fast. Up aboard the launch.
Yeah.
Okay, Skipper, let her go.
All right, Florio, fill me in.
Well, Danny, it goes something like this. The city engineers were dredging the river for some social purposes or
No
something.
philosophy, Florio. I'm not up to it.
Yeah, okay, Danny. Like I was going to tell you, they was dredging the river and they come upon a car at the bottom of Seine.
Huh?
They call the derrick department. The mobile department sends out a barge with a derrick. The derrick wraps a chain around the car, gives a mighty heave and a pull, and there it is, Danny, hanging there in the floodlights.
How did the car get in the river?
Well, the engineers figured that the only place it could have come from was off that bridge up there.
Where on the bridge?
Well, that's what's funny. There ain't a mark on the bridge, not even a blemish. Guardrail ain't touched. If the car crashed
I want pictures and every foot of the bridge. Now, let's get on the barge, Florio. Tell him to lower the car, Florio.
Hey, engineer, lower the boom. Boy and girl in the car, Danny. It's a long time in the river.
How long?
The engineer says from the amount of rust on the car, 2 or 3 days.
Here, help me open the car door, Florio.
Yeah, Danny. It's stuck. All that river water rusted the lock.
Well, we keep trying.
For a bad man, you got muscles, Danny. Danny.
Why did you have to call me, Florio? Why me?
But this makes it all the more down your alley, Danny. The bullet holes plugged neatly in the heart region. 1 each to each. They weren't not only drowned, were they?
No. Florio, come here.
Yeah? Yeah, Danny. What do you want?
What does this look like to you?
It looks like the front end of the car was smashed, like it hit something.
Yeah, that's what it looked like to me.
You think that's something, Danny? Come around here to the back. Now, you see that, Danny? And you tell me I shouldn't be philosophical.
No.
Yeah. Yeah, Danny. The sign. A sign that says just married.
Good morning, Danny. Well, I give you a greeting, Danny. Good morning.
Oh, hi, Sergeant. How are you?
Tall in the saddle.
You're what?
Tall in the saddle, Danny. This is an answer heard all the time west of the Great Divide. Intelligence from my youngest boy, Giovanni, who is studying to be a cowboy by box tops and television.
Yahoo, Tartaglia. And what kind of intelligence did you get from upstairs? Give me the rundown.
Rundown to wit. Identity of occupants of car established from respective wallets. Established occupants to be Mr. and Mrs. Charles Kimball, nee Jane Miller.
Mm-hmm.
Married 2 days ago at the home of the bride, where the groom had been an erstwhile and former boarder.
Go ahead.
Well, that's the intelligence from upstairs, Danny.
And what, may I ask, is that envelope?
Oh, here. It's the photographs Lou Jacobs took of the bridge off of which the car plunged down.
Yeah. Now I believe it. This morning it was too early. Maybe I wasn't hearing right. But now I believe it.
Huh?
Look at these pictures.
Let's see.
This guardrail on the bridge is 4 feet high. It's untouched.
Uh-huh.
Nowhere along the whole length of it is there a sign that the car crashed through it.
Well, then how could the car get in the middle of the East River, Danny? Under 30 feet of water?
That's a tall in the saddle type question, Sergeant. How did the car get there? Tartaglia shrugged, blinked, silently pleaded to be excused from the room, didn't wait for permission, got out. That left me alone with it. How did the car get there? How did it hurdle a 4-foot barrier without a mark, a scratch on said barrier? How? And then the question I'd been touting away from my brain. Why? Why the bullet-torn flesh of a boy and girl on a honeymoon, their blood washed away on a river slime? And then I knew no policeman's riddle, no games with the equations of murder could hold it back any longer. It had to be done, so I did it. I called on the parents of a dead bride.
Just a moment. I'll only be a moment. Yes. What is it, please?
Mrs. Miller?
Yes, I'm Mrs. Miller. Please, if you're selling something, I'm afraid I can't do you any good. You see, we're in a kind of... Well, everything's different now. And...
I'm from the police, Mrs. Miller.
Yes, I know, but I'm sorry. I'd like to help... The police?
May I come in?
Well, but everything's so upset. I don't like for people to see my house this way.
It's about your daughter.
Oh, but Jane's away on her honeymoon.
May I come in, Mrs. Miller?
Well, she won't be back for another 10 days. Oh, please come in. This way, Mr.
Clover, Danny Clover.
Mr. Clover. I'm sure you'll want to talk to my husband, too. We've been rearranging the furniture. You see, 2 of our rooms are unoccupied now, and Ben...
Yeah, what do you want?
Well, don't move the chair now, Ben. It's the policeman, Mr. Clover.
Couldn't you have stated your business at the door, Mr. Clover? You see, I'm quite occupied at the moment.
It's something about Jane, Ben. About Jane.
Oh. What do you have to do with her, Mr. Clover?
Do you have a picture of your daughter?
Oh, yes, we have a whole album.
A recent picture?
Well, one of the wedding of her and Charles and Ben and me.
May I see it, please?
Wait a minute. What right have you to come into my house to...
Oh, please, Ben. Mr. Clover just asked to look at Jane's picture. Well, there it is on the mantel, Mr. Clover. Well, that's Charles, her husband. Yes, Charles Kimball. Isn't he a fine-looking boy?
There's no other way to say this. If there were another way, I'd give... They're dead. They're both dead. Murdered.
Get out of my house. Go on. Go on, get out.
Please,
get
Ben,
him out of here.
Ben.
I'll kill him. What kind of a filthy joke's he trying to play on us? Go on, get him out.
Ben, don't. Who would want to kill our boy and girl, Mr. Clover?
We don't know, Mrs. Miller. That's why I came here, because we don't know.
Charles lived here with us. He and Jane fell in love. They got married 2 days ago. They went on honeymoon to Niagara Falls. We were waiting for a letter, a postcard. Why should they be killed, Mr. Clover?
Charles, where are his family, Mrs. Miller?
He had none. He came here after the war, rented a room from us, worked hard. Charles and Janie, they were 2 people, Mr. Clover, nothing more.
Tell him to ask someone else, Anne. Get what he wants from someone else. Not from us. Tell him that, Anne.
Ben, what do you think it's doing to me?
They were found in a car and...
A car? The one we gave him for their wedding present. Ben and I knew all along, so we saved for it.
Anne.
Yes, Ben. What do you want?
Ask him to help us, Anne. I'm sorry. Ask him to help us.
Yes, Ben. Will you help us, Mr. Clover?
It was a basic question. It had a background of a few thousand years to it. A man's child had been killed. A man's child needed avenging. As simple as that. There's a cult that comes with civilization. Men who put on white jackets buttoned at the throat and measure violent death with slide rules. Who stare at murder in the cross-section through microscopes. Who dissolve it and shake it up in test tubes until death has a color to it. One of the men in the white jackets was named John Gordon. He was a technician for the police department technical division. I called on him.
Something I can do for you, Lieutenant?
Yeah. The report on the automobile dredged out of the river early this morning.
Just a minute.
Well?
Well, wait till I finish reading this article, Lieutenant. You don't expect me to put it down now, do you?
Yeah, I expect that.
Have you read it? No. No, I don't expect you have. The isometric measurement of hydrogen ion concentration versus colorimetric measurements. Imagine you reading that. What do you read, Lieutenant?
Obituaries, Gordon. Where's the report?
I had it ready an hour ago. I waited for you.
Now I'm here. Get it.
I'll tell you about it. It's chock full of charts and graphs and chemical reagents. You'd be distressed.
What's your great sorrow, Gordon? Who did what to you?
The report, Lieutenant. It says the passenger car and the truck...
What truck?
Please.
All right.
The size, the shape of the crumped front end of the passenger car, together with the molecular displacement of the metal, indicates that the car, assuming a normal rate of speed, indicates that the car hit a truck.
What kind of truck?
I was getting to that. I don't know. Scrapings indicate that the paint of the truck was new and not its original coat, a widely used paint. From information available, the make of the truck is impossible to identify.
What else?
Why, my job is done. Now it's in your very capable hands, I'm sure. Pardon me. John Gordon, Police Department, Technical Laboratory speaking. Huh? Yeah. Yes, he's here. For you, Lieutenant.
Thanks. Hello?
They switched me to you, Danny. On account of I asked. It almost took too long.
Who is this?
Floyd Carpa, Danny. Come get me, kid. I got news for you.
Well, tell me now, Carpa. What kind?
Charles and Jane Kimball, the couple who took a honeymoon in the river. Come get me, kid.
Yeah, where?
Bowery, 320 Front Street. Walk back, hurry, kid.
Carpa.
Come get me, Danny. Please, listen. I never said it to a cop before. Listen, come get me. Please.
It was a name to launch a minor nightmare. Floyd Carpa. A man who dressed too well, perhaps to spite the memory of the years of wearing cast-off clothes. A little man with hate perched on his shoulder like a sharp-beaked creature. Vocation, hoodlum. Majoring in bank holdups. 3 of them, 2 convictions. Floyd Carpa in the Bowery. He didn't belong there. Carpa saying he knew about the Kimball murders. It didn't fit. Carpa saying please to the police. It didn't make sense. 320 Front Street, he'd said. I went there. Walked back, he said. I did that. I'm Danny Clover here. Carpa? Carpa? Hey, what? I'm coming in. You almost made it at that. It was Carpa, all right. I had to look close to make sure, but it was he. No hate now. Something lent its own special expression to his face. Something, the bullet wound in his stomach, the time of pain, the final hugging close of the darkness. Floyd Carpa was dead.
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
Broadway demands quality to its crime, else Broadway pays no attention. But when a boy and a girl are murdered on their honeymoon, when a boy and a girl are dredged from the East River, when a grade-A hoodlum named Floyd Carpa is found shot to death in the Bowery, Broadway gives pause. And there was a connection. The boy, the girl, the hoodlum. Broadway chortled and nudged its neighbor and just had to know all about it. So did I. The police records told me about a place I could go. To a housing development out in Flushing. The records said a man named Bruce Monroe lived there. And Bruce Monroe had once been caught splitting the proceeds from a bank robbery with Floyd Carpa. So I went there. After all, I was a policeman. I had to ask questions of somebody.
Danny! Danny, how are you? You don't have to tell me. You look wonderful. Wonderful. You checking up on me, Danny? No, you're not checking up. A social call, huh? Sure, a social call. How are you, Danny?
Wonderful, wonderful.
Now, how about me, huh? How about me? All settled down. Settled down a 2-story house in Flushing. Me and my family. Respectable.
Family, huh? I'd like to meet them.
Sure, Danny. They're upstairs. I keep them in a cage.
That way you can keep your eye on them.
They're problem children. Children with problems, Danny. Come on up. Take a look.
I'd like to. What have you been doing for the last couple of years, Bruce, since jail?
It's feeding time, Danny. They like company when they eat.
Yeah. What have you been...
Out here, Danny. I keep my family in a glass cage on the roof. Look at them. 30 beauties. Makes a man proud. I'm proud, Danny.
Pigeons.
Sure, what did you think? Quite a cage, huh? Isn't it? You bet it is. Let's go in. Come on, feeding time. Hiya, Jasper. Oh, Mildred. Oh, George, who plucked out your tail feathers?
What have you been doing since jail, Bruce?
I'll bet you didn't come here as a social caller after all.
Your buddy, Floyd Carper, was found shot to death.
They all wind up that way.
You?
I'm an exception. I retired. I'm respectable. I raised a family. Here, fellas, eat. Come on and eat. Look at those pidgeys eat.
Did you kill Carper?
Nonsense, Danny. You know that's nonsense. Haven't seen him for ages and ages.
Tell me something, Bruce. How can you afford all this? Nice house, large family. It's a drain, isn't it?
Business is good.
What business?
I'm a licensed used car dealer. An international permit, even. I drive used cars into Canada, have an outlet there. Oh, come on, Elliot. Eat your corn. Oh, you won't eat that.
No more bank heisting, huh?
Danny, you know that's nonsense, too. Look, Danny.
Mm-hmm.
Danny, frankly, Danny, you're upsetting all of us. I'm being voted in tonight. I got to make a speech. Flushing Homing Pigeon Society's voting me in tonight. Questions like yours could ruin my acceptance speech.
Bruce Monroe placed a kernel of corn on his lips, puckered them, and then extended a finger. Lucille fluttered to the finger, was lifted to Monroe's mouth, and daintily pecked away at the lunch so lovingly served. All that billing and cooing did something to me, so I got out. The ride back to headquarters didn't clear up a thing. The same nagging questions rode alongside me. Why was the hoodlum Floyd Carper dead? What had the hoodlum Floyd Carper to do with the life and death of a boy and a girl whose lives had been ordinary, whose death spectacular and grotesque? Sergeant Tartaglia couldn't make sense out of it either, or, as he put it...
I can't make no sense out of it, Danny, either. I have been mulling over this sad affair with the Mrs. Tartaglia. She can't make no sense out of it either.
No?
No, Danny. The scene of our mulling it over, I remember like it was a picture on a calendar. Mrs. Tartaglia was hovering over her mixmaster, hustling up some pizza dough. I was reading to her from the paper in my stocking feet. We was very domestic last night, Mrs. Tartaglia and I.
Tartaglia, what have you found out about Charles Kimball, the dead boy?
Oh, sure, Danny, sure. I got it right here. What we have found out about Charles Kimball is that he was a good boy with an honorable war record, with decent law-abiding friends, with a decent law-abiding job in a paper factory. He was a good boy, Danny.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Anything else?
Yeah, a couple items.
Tartaglia, what do I have to do to get you to tell them to me?
Oh, nothing, Danny. Just ask me. Don't look that way, Danny. I'll tell you. Tracing down the truck with which the Kimball car collided is still in the process of being traced down. This means they haven't found it.
Well, tell them to find it.
Yeah, I'll do that, Danny. Now, here is the piece de resistance, a teletypewriter from the Poughkeepsie Police Department.
Well, what makes it so resistant?
It wants Floyd Carper.
Huh?
Yeah, Floyd Carper. They want him on suspicion of a bank robbery that took place recently in Poughkeepsie. They want to know, do we got him, this Floyd Carper? So the bank teller can identify him.
Do we got him, Tartaglia?
Yeah, in a manner of speaking.
So tell them that, Tartaglia. Put it on the teletype. We don't want to keep Poughkeepsie in suspense, do we?
So you're Danny Clover, huh? Been reading about you in the papers up in Poughkeepsie. Still trying to solve that honeymoon couple murder, I read.
Which one of you is from the Poughkeepsie police?
Me, who'd you think? This little guy's the bank teller. This little guy's Oliver Hilliard.
How are you, Mr. Hilliard?
Oh, don't blush, Oliver. The man just asked you hello, that's all. Answer, Mr. Clover. No? What are you going to do with a guy like that, Danny? He shoots and wounds a heister who could be Floyd Carper. Now he blushes.
This way. I want you to look at Floyd Carper. Then Mr. Hilliard will know for sure. Down this corridor.
Oh, you got him on ice, huh? Say, what do you think of our work up in Poughkeepsie, Danny?
I haven't heard.
About matching a 3-day bank robbery with a known bank robber. Clever, huh?
Real magnificent.
I knew you'd say that. Nothing spiteful about you big city police.
We're going into the morgue now, Mr. Hilliard. Don't worry. It'll only take a second. You'll be all right.
Sure. Oliver will be all right. He helped us, Oliver did. Described the bank robber. Picked out his picture from our files. That's the type of citizen we have up in Poughkeepsie, Danny. Cooperative.
Right over here.
Hey, this is quite a production you got here. Only in Poughkeepsie, we got a morgue that's something to write home about.
You feel all right, Mr. Hilliard?
Oliver feels fine, don't you, Oliver? Bet you can't wait till you get home and tell your wife about this, huh?
All you have to do is take one look, Mr. Hilliard.
Flip back the shroud, Danny.
Well?
That him, Oliver? This Floyd Carper, the one who held you up? Yeah. Oliver nods his head, yeah, Danny. Positively, huh? How do you like a cooperative citizen like that, Danny? The kind we grow in Poughkeepsie.
Poughkeepsie's policeman, the bank teller, and I had nothing else to say to each other after that. When it finally registered on the Poughkeepsie policeman, he shook my hand heartily, thanked me from the heart, wrapped a hearty arm around the bank teller's shoulders, and led him back to Poughkeepsie. I started back to my office. On the way, Tartaglia shoved a phone message in my hand. It was from Detective Muggavan. Muggavan had something, the message said. Something maybe hot, maybe cold. Anyway, the something was in a garage uptown. Come right away, it said. So I changed course and went to the garage.
This is called Morgan's Garage, Danny. Caterers to the desires and ailments of trucks, moving vans, trailerways, all kinds of heavy vehicles.
Interesting.
Yeah, like you say, interesting. This one over here, for example. Fascinating piece of machinery.
Why does it fascinate you, Muggavan?
2 reasons, Danny. First, because it's exactly like one of my kids' toys. A trailerway, they call it. It picks up and delivers automobiles, carries them on the highways and the byways. Somehow it gives me a romantical feeling, these automobile carriers.
The second reason, Muggavan?
The second reason also fascinating. This trailerway is the truck you've had the whole department looking for, including me, Danny.
What?
Yeah, the one into which the honeymoon car crashed, or vice versa, before going over the bridge into the river.
Are you sure?
Danny, in something so fascinatingly routine as this, I wouldn't be sure. I've been scraping hunks of paint off of it, trotting them down a technical, trotting back, examining the stent and the grill work, trotting down the technical, trotting...
Muggavan, would it be asking too much of you to shut your big mouth?
Oh, not too much. Something, Danny? All this routine adds up to something? Danny, come back to me, Danny. You're so far away.
That's how they did it, Muggavan. Carper makes us get away from a bank job upstate in a car, drives it up on this trailway. He and his buddy drive off. Who looks for a runaway car on one of these things?
It's your party, Danny.
On the road somewhere, they crash into the honeymoon couple, or vice versa. The kids see Carper's hurt from a bullet wound. They're murdered for seeing that. The murderers drive the kids' car up on the trailway, stop at the 59th Street Bridge, dump it.
That explains the no scars on the bridge's guardrail, huh?
Yeah. You sounded like you were tired of routine. Is that right, Muggavan?
Yeah, that's right.
I'll change it for you. Ever been to Flushing? Let's go, Muggavan. This house.
Oh, such a serene and peaceful habitat, Danny. Now look, yellow shutters and chin straight. Tasteful.
Ring the bell.
Welcome back, Danny. Oh, you brought a friend of Danny Clover's. I'm glad. Come in. Social, Danny, or business?
Business, Bruce.
Ah. Oh, pigeons. That's it. You want to buy some pigeons. You're going to start raising pigeons.
Muggavan, take a look at the serene and peaceful habitat of a man who dumped Floyd Carper when he was wounded. Who killed those 2 kids.
Surely, Danny. Surely this is nonsense.
The cops, Muggavan.
Yeah. Danny, watch out! Come out, get me, Danny!
Come on, Muggavan.
Danny,
Muggavan. Muggavan. It hurt much, kid?
Yeah, it hurt. Go get him, Danny. I'll be okay. My shoulder.
Yeah. You won't get away, Bruce.
No, Danny? On the roof, Danny. It's good for you to die. Come up on the roof and die. Right through this door and die, Danny.
Yeah.
Me, Danny, shooting me. One of my pigeons is hurt.
Throw away your gun, Bruce. Throw it away.
That's me nice, Danny. Up your my gun.
Throw it here.
Yeah? See how I do what you tell me when you ask me nice?
Put your hands behind your head and walk toward me.
Yeah. Don't look like you hurt any of my fish, Daddy. That makes me glad for you. Still got bullets in your gun, Danny?
Yeah, Bruce.
What are you going to do, kill me in cold blood? You could real easy. I'm so close to you now, face to face, very easy target.
Put your hands out, Bruce. Long time since there were handcuffs on him, huh, Bruce?
Not long enough, you...
You know, I'm glad, Bruce. I'm glad you did that.
All right, that's enough. Enough. Come quiet, Rob.
No, Bruce. Those were for me. This is for Mugger. And for two kids. Two decent kids. Two decent kids. What tried to stop me was something gentle. A gentle, easy Irish voice telling me I didn't have to hit him anymore. But I might as well be hitting a rag doll. That's enough, Danny, it said. Enough. Then they pulled me away. That was good because I would have killed him. Then I asked a question. The same gentle Irish voice told me Muggavan was all right. 3, 4 days, maybe, and he'd be all right. And that was good, too. Broadway's quiet now. It's the hour without color. The 6 o'clock hour, the hour of going home. But in a while, night will dip down and touch the street. There'll be fury again, and rack and roar and crowd. The restless wandering down a phosphorescent alley. The puppet dance into a screaming furnace of light. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum, the refreshing, delicious treat that gives you chewing enjoyment, presents for your listening enjoyment.
Broadway's My Beat, from Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, the thrilling drama of murder and mystery and the people who walk the Great White Way, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. To make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to refreshing, delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. Here's a taste treat you can enjoy indoors, outdoors, at work, or at play. The cool, long-lasting mint flavor refreshes you. The smooth, steady chewing helps keep you fresh and alert. Adds enjoyment to whatever you're doing. Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. Healthful, refreshing, delicious.
A time comes finally to Broadway when the emptiness is big, when solitude walks the street, arrogant and brave. It's the time when the neon carnival is wound down, when the blazing furnace of light darkens and grows cold. And on the pavements, glistening with the tears of despair, the stragglers walk. They plead for a door to open, for a light to be turned on. Solitude is at their heels. Please, kid, for a friend. But it's no good, kid. Broadway's closed for the night.
But there are side streets where it's never closed, where trumpets scream and saxes weep. In the 50s, for instance. In a little joint called the 34 Club, for instance, where I was, where death was. And this time it was a circular platform raised above the bar with a piano on it, and a dead man resting his head on the keys, and all of it defined in the darkness by a spotlight that changed colors, and all of it revolving like a big toy, slow, round and round. And the man tries to explain to you why it wasn't turned off.
It isn't that we were sitting here enjoying the spectacle of it, Mr. Clover. It's just that in cases of murder, I read someplace you're not supposed to touch nothing, but nothing.
It was going around like that when...
Before, during, and after the murder. Hey, you got yourself a puzzle. How to figure out from where the shot came from with that platform going round and round and round.
Turn it off.
I'm glad somebody finally came through with an order. There. I'm a man who doesn't function very well, Mr. Clover, unless somebody gives me an order. Spineless, that's me.
Still, you manage this place, Mr. Darby. You own it, too, huh?
Sure. But what courage does that take? The decisions are made by Kay. She hires the musicians, pays the salaries. That's my wife, Kay. You ever heard her sing, Mr. Clover? Like a dream you don't talk about to nobody.
She hired the man up there?
Absolutely. Heard him playing piano in some forlorn joint. Hired him on the spot. He was very great, that boy, on the piano.
What else about him, Mr. Darby?
What else about Harry Brett? He's dead with a bullet hole in him.
Maybe you can tell me why.
Maybe I can. Want to hear, Mr. Clover?
Uh-huh.
I got a good why. Harry Brett was singing siren songs into the ear of my wife, Kay.
That could be motive, couldn't it?
Yeah. Uh-huh. It could.
Did your wife listen?
My wife, Kay? You won't mind asking her yourself. You won't mind at all.
Now tell me how it happened.
I wish I could, Mr. Clover, but I just can't.
Try.
Oh, it's no use. Because I was out on the sidewalk at the time, communing with something or someone.
It has no name, this something?
No. But I can give you a list of witnesses on the street who witnessed me communing. They know the look that comes over me. That's how they know. You want the list?
Yeah, but later. You'll stick around so you can give it to me later.
I got no place else to go. Just no place.
Who can tell me how it happened?
Jack over there. Jack Gage, the boy sitting at the bar crying because his friend is dead.
He's sorry the pianist is dead.
Sure. Somebody has to play a dirge at a funeral, don't they, Mr. Clover? Don't they?
Harry, you were too good to die, kid. Too good.
Mr. Gage, I'll have to ask you some questions from the police.
You have to?
Tell me what happened.
We were on the platform up there, turning round and round, playing good. Harry was playing so good it hurt you inside. I still hear it. It still hurts.
Just you and Harry were up there?
Me on clarinet and Harry on piano and the trumpet.
The trumpet?
Charlie Walker. Charlie the trumpet and I, the clarinet, were out. Harry took it away from us. Nobody could play against what he was doing. It hurt.
That's when he was shot?
Yeah, there was a shot. At first I thought it was a drum, but then I knew it wasn't a drum because there's no drum in the number. The drum's out with the rum.
Who talks about me? Who talks about me when my back is turned? Out of my way. It's burning. I gotta put it out.
Take a minute. Who are you?
You don't know. Ray Richard. I beat out heartbeats for the people on the drums. What are you, an agent? Hey, Jack. Why the tears without tears?
Oh, go die. Beat out your own march and go die.
I'll do that. It was burning me up and I didn't know what. A death march. That's what's inside me. A jazz time death march. Hey, who died beside me?
Harry Brett. He was murdered.
I gotta play him into the other world. I gotta. Hey, you kill him, Jack? You kill him because you love him so much?
Oh, that dirty, rotten
Leave him alone, Jack. He's drunk.
That don't give him the right. Listen to him play. Listen to that crazy, crazy man.
You haven't told me yet how it was, Jack.
Huh? Oh, about Harry? Well, there was this shot. And Harry goes, oh, like that. Oh. And he puts his head on the keys and dies. And nobody cares. Everybody runs away. Harry dies and they run away.
Where did they run?
Where did who run? Be specific. It's the time to be specific.
The trumpet. Charlie Walker.
Who knows?
Kay Darby.
To her apartment, I bet. Right down the street, number 16. Call on her. Tell her I sent you. Tell her that.
Kay Darby live here?
You're who?
Danny Clover, police.
All right. You'll be in the way, but all right.
I was told I'd be able to find Kay Darby here.
Who can find Kay Darby? Guys like you? People who come knocking on a door? Ask me about Kay Darby. I'll try to translate her to you.
Let's not bother, huh? Where is she?
That's a little late, isn't it? 3:30 in the A and the M?
In the next room? Get her.
If so, say you. But only because you got a badge tucked away. Kay? Visitor, Kay. Man from the police, Kay. He wants to find you.
I'm Danny Clover. There's some things I want to ask you.
Yes?
About Harry Brett.
Don't mind him, Mr. Clover. Charlie here thinks anyone who doesn't play a trumpet might as well be making music with a comb and tissue paper.
You feel that way, huh, Charlie? Charlie who?
Hey, what's the matter with you, Mr. Clover? Been away from the world for 6 years? I'm Charlie Walker.
Charlie blows a trumpet.
And you sing, isn't that right, Kay?
That's right.
Why did you leave the 34 Club after the shooting?
I was upset.
She was upset. Leaned on old Charlie Walker for strength in time of need.
You came here with Charlie?
Yeah. I left word about leaving. Seeing Harry dead, I knew what would happen if I stayed.
Oh? What?
I'd want to keep looking at him lying there. I wanted to see him. Doesn't matter. Just that I left word that I'd be here with Charlie, so if the police wanted to question us, we'd be here.
What can you tell me about Harry?
A lot. He could play the piano like an angel. His fingers touched my arm too much when we talked. I hated the sight of him. Does that take care of it?
Where were you when Harry was shot?
Sitting with me at the bar.
That's right.
Charlie?
Why a mess about a lousy piano player?
You hated him too, huh?
From the top of his toupee to tippy toes. He was egotistical, vain, selfish, snobbish. He loved himself. Know the kind of guy I mean?
He had me there. And after that, a moth started to whir around the light bulb. We all saw it at the same time. We watched it. There was nothing more to say. Suddenly, we all got tired and wished everybody'd go away. I walked Charlie out to the street. He hailed his cab. I hailed mine. I went home, went to sleep. The next morning, I went through the motions. Get up and breakfast, and the morning papers propped against the sugar bowl, and to work. Check in at headquarters and let them know you're calling on Ray Richard, drummer. Because when you saw Ray Richard a little while ago, he wasn't in condition to talk about murder. Maybe the morning would change it all. When I got to his door, Ray's Hymn to the Sun had a feathery quality to it. Ray looked better.
Hi. Come on in.
Thanks. Did I interrupt?
No. Sit down. Me too. I'm woozy. I'm really woozy, almost knocking over my drums.
That's quite an outfit of drums you got there.
Uh-huh.
I heard you play a little bit last night. Interesting.
Interesting? Why was it interesting?
I don't know.
I'm grateful you remember me because of my drums.
Just that it was strange. A man gets killed and you react by...
By doing this? By doing that?
Uh-huh.
For Harry Brett, pianist, his phrase for his dying. See, I'm lucky.
Lucky?
Yeah, people, things, I react to them. Everything has its tempo. I don't need words.
I see.
You? You. A policeman.
Look, Ray.
Kay Darby. You know her? That's Kay, exactly her.
What about yourself?
Me. Now it works out. End of show.
Not really that, Ray. I'm trying to find out whether you killed Harry Brett.
Not me. You're wrong about that. I mourned for him.
Yeah, I heard.
And you left the club. Later, after that, I took a walk. A Skid Row type walk. Because the night and the thing that happened to Harry needed that. You can't leave death quickly. You can't have it touch you and go home and forget it.
Ray.
You got to do it gently, so I went back to the dying and the half alive. And I came home and tried to hold the feel of it, the tempo of it, with my drums. And I could let it go, but I couldn't work that out either. I was trying...
When I came up here?
Yeah.
Where were you when Harry was killed?
I can't give you addresses.
What do you mean?
I had a half-hour break from the bandstand, boozed it up, and a couple of joints around.
Why didn't you stay at the 34 Club? They got a liquor license.
It's enough to play there. I don't have to live my half-hour breaks there.
Are you glad Harry's dead?
Doesn't make any difference. I'll hire another piano player.
Did you kill him?
No. I'd be afraid to kill.
You've got a tempo for that, too?
Yeah, I have. Would you like to hear it?
Not now, Ray. But stick around your drums, in case the yen suddenly hits me.
Danny?
Come in, Tartaglia.
Thanks. A toughie, huh?
What is?
This murder of this piano player. It isn't fair to the ballistics department how this murder of this piano player was performed.
Got them worried, huh?
Yeah, indeed. This guy getting shot on a revolving stage. How are they supposed to find out where the shot came from?
Puffy, huh?
You took the words out of my mouth. The shot could have come from any place. The line of the bullet being a secant to a revolving circle whose formula is pi r squared to the nth power.
Oh? Will you excuse me?
But that goes without saying.
Thank you.
You're welcome, I'm sure.
Danny Clover speaking.
I told you I was afraid, Mr. Clover.
Who is this?
Ray Richard, please.
The drummer?
Of course it is.
What's the matter with you?
A guy's been hanging around out front.
What guy? What are you trying to say?
I just saw him come into the house. Listen.
I don't hear anything. Ray.
No.
Ray, what is it? The shots and the scream held the tight blend of terror. And I rode it, followed it behind the siren, gouging a channel through the streets. It took 6 minutes to get to Ray's room. The room was empty. No Ray, nothing. Correction. The room was flooded with music coming from a phonograph. That and a streak of blood on the rug, lending its own touch to the shrieking room. But most of all, it was the music. A record. I looked at it. Tempo for Timpani, it was called. The room didn't need it. It needed another quality. The quality that came after violence. The tempo of silence, maybe. Of death. And wherever Ray Richard was right now, I had a feeling he was covered with it.
To make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to refreshing, delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. The lively, full-bodied, real mint flavor cools your mouth, moistens your throat, freshens your taste. And the chewing itself gives you a little lift, helps you keep going at your best. So for real chewing enjoyment that's refreshing and long-lasting, always keep Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum handy. Healthful, delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Gum will make every day more enjoyable. We now continue with Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
Broadway's a place that can get excited about a lot of things. Joe Louis and war coming out of retirement. The Terrible Turk pinned the referee at St. Nicholas Arena. And up in Central Park, Robert, the rhinoceros, had twins and had his name changed to Alice. Broadway stands in front of the Paramount Building and gawks at the Translux. I didn't have it so good. Reason? A pianist named Harry Brett was shot on a revolving stage in a nightclub. Reason? A trap drum player named Ray Richard had left testimony of death in his room. Reason? I had to go to work. I called headquarters, had an all-points bulletin sent out on Ray Richard. Let them know I was on my way back to the 34 Club. In the early afternoon, the place was bleak, without reason, pointless. Like an old false face that hung on a dime store shelf for too many Halloweens. Kay Darby was sitting at the bar making a pattern of wet stains with the bottom of her glass. When she saw me, she looked as if she wished I'd never happened.
Oh, not again, Mr. Clover.
Why not?
Many's the time I meet someone and say to myself, oh, not again.
And you're telling yourself that now, huh?
Sit down if you want. I only make the offer because sometimes breeding gets the better of me.
Maybe I should tell you, Kay,
Don't tell me. You want me to shiver when you point your finger at me and say I'm a suspect for murder. Save it, I wouldn't even shrug.
Did you kill Harry?
Nope. Nope. Look, you don't understand, do you?
Understand what?
About me. I'm trying to get it over to you. I'm being in a dull gray mist. I was getting ready to salt my beer with a tear when you walked in.
Oh?
Yepper. This whole thing, this killing, it's going to break Lou to the nub.
Lou, your husband. Oh, you mean the publicity?
And he was just getting this little gin mill afloat. Now?
Tell me this, Kay. How close were you with Ray Richard?
Drummer boy Ray?
That's right.
What would I want with him?
You tell me.
He's talented.
I know.
Once I was with him where people drink out of glass thimbles and listen to violin music. He beat out for my amusement a rhythm with the fiddle with pickle forks. What about Ray?
He's missing. Maybe...
Wait a minute, the bar phone. Yes? Yes, he's here. Someone from your side of the tracks wants to talk to Mr. Clover.
Thanks. Hello?
Danny, we got Richard, Danny. Found him.
Hold him, Gino. I'll be right down.
Go by way of the East River docks, Danny. That's where they fished him out. Drowned. Dead.
At the docks, the heat clawed at the mounted policemen, at their horses, and they in turn clawed at the crowd with the pale, sullen face, rejecting the heat, the stain of heat on its body, on its clothes, dodging, scurrying from under the hooves of the rearing, sweating animals, because the spectacle of death was for free, and the crowd would not be denied by man or beast or element. And from the river, the vapors of night were beginning to rise, and the distant moan of a ship as it entered into the horizons of night. And death had shaped itself a proper setting. And someone known to you moved across it, pushed his way through the supernumeraries, found you, spoke to you.
Yeah, come on, Danny. I'll get through the crowd.
Where is he, Muggavan?
Down the edge of the dock. Boys have fished him out, laid him out in one of the machine sheds. All right, one side, please.
Yeah, one more shot of you.
Oh, will you please step aside?
Yeah, I'm here, Danny. Here, I'll uncover him.
Oh.
Yeah, they shot him up good from up close and threw him in the river.
How long did you say he'd been in the river?
Oh, not long, Danny. Just long enough to... There's no blood on him.
Yeah. Identification?
Yeah, this musician's union card, local 802, issued to Ray Richard. And a driver's license issued to Ray Richard. This check from the 34 Club signed by Kay Darby made out to Ray Richard. Description tallies. And this gold Longines watch, Danny, with the initials RR on the back. That spells Ray Richard, huh?
Yeah, I remember it. Do something for me, Muggavan.
Well, sure, Danny.
Call headquarters. Have them pick up Lou and Kay Darby. And a trumpet.
Huh?
A trumpet named Charlie Walker.
Next time you invite a trumpet player, Danny, pick a spot with better acoustics. This offends the ear, this hole. Listen how it echoes. Hey! See what I mean?
Uh-huh.
Reminds me of a dance crib I played once in Selma, all of BMI. Same acoustics. Same type of studio response. I was playing the trumpet in a manner unknown to this world. And those yokels just lay there, like these stiffs.
Stop it, Charlie. You're disgusting.
What's the matter, Lou? You develop a set of taste all of a sudden?
No. Just that with all these dead around me, gives me the feeling I should commune with something. Why did you bring Charlie and me here, Mr. Clover?
I want you to identify a body we found in the East River.
Someone we have pleased, or vice versa?
That's a good question. Take all the time you need. I want you to be sure.
The shape is familiar, but the face, it's hard to tell.
Mr. Darby?
I recognize the suit. Uh-huh. I recognize it. Uh-huh.
You know who it is?
Of course, don't you? I've seen him wear it many times. Therefore, the body belongs to
Ray Richard?
Of course, Ray Richard. I only hesitated because a man doesn't rush into a thing like this.
What do you say, Charlie?
Ray Richard.
Recognize this ring?
Of course I do, Mr. Clover. That's Ray's, all right. He pawned it with me many times when he needed more money for more booze.
All right, that's all.
was murdered, huh?
Uh-huh, Charlie.
What makes Lou and me your darlings? Other people could have killed Ray, tossed him in the water.
Like who, Charlie?
Like the clarinet Jack Gage. Like Kay, the Song of Songs.
By the way, Mr. Darby, where's Kay? I've been waiting for you to tell me why she isn't here.
She was at the club the last time I saw her. Why?
She's not there anymore. Upstairs, they say she's not anywhere. Where is she, Mr. Darby?
You mean Kay's disappeared? You mean you can't find her? You gotta find her. I'm nothing without Kay. You gotta find her, you hear?
I hear. And we will, Mr. Darby. Honest, we will.
Attention, all cars. Attention, all cars. 9:33 p.m. Pick up Kay Darby. She's 5 feet 4 inches tall. Weight about 121. She has black hair, dark brown eyes.
Danny Clover speaking.
You fellas looking for Kay Darby?
Who is this?
Jean Brooks. I run the Kit Kat in Harlem. She's here now.
Hold her there.
You come get her.
You're late. She's gone. She's a long time gone.
Where'd she go?
She said she wanted it where the music was real secret. I told her where.
Where?
Brick Wall Club, Lenox Avenue.
Kay Darby. She been in here?
Been left.
Where'd she go?
I know. There's a great piano around the corner. Maybe there.
I said Kay Darby.
Now you know. Was, but not now.
You know where she went?
Yeah, I know.
All right, where?
What she was looking for?
Where?
Room upstairs. All the way upstairs. As far as you can go. One room on the last floor. Try it.
Kay. She stood there before me in the corridor, blocking the open door. Her eyes closed, head moving back and forth to the rhythm of her wordless song. The music that came from the room in back of her drained her, touched her, flowed over her.
What do you want here?
You found him, huh, Kay?
He won't let me in. He and the other two.
Uh-huh.
They're worshiping something in there. They won't let anybody in. But I'll wait.
Get out of the way, Kay.
No.
Get out of the way. You two. Out. Hello, Ray.
Hi. Hi, Mr. Clover.
We've been looking for you, Ray.
That's funny. I didn't think you would be.
You made a mistake, Ray.
Me?
Uh-huh. Man shot up like that. So little blood in your room. A mistake.
Sure.
Who was he?
Nothing. I looked for a man who was nothing. I found him.
On that walk you took in Skid Row.
Yeah, that's when.
A derelict of the same size and build. You switched clothes with him, watch, ring, kill him, and threw him in the river with your identification.
Yeah. And it didn't fool you, huh?
That leaves the pianist, Harry Brett. Did he need killing, too, Ray?
Uh-huh. Kay hated him. He bothered her. I like Kay around me.
She likes it, too.
Loves it.
Let's go.
Loves it. Loves it.
I didn't stop it. Ray's frenzy. The girl stood in the doorway watching him. In a little while, she came into the room and sat at his feet. Then it was over. All over. Nighttime leaps down on Broadway. The revelers swarm the streets to embrace it. Laughter pours into the shadowed places. And for a time, kid, no despair, just explosions and the sweet promise and have a drink on me. For a time. For a little time. It's Broadway. The gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Remember, friends, to make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to refreshing, delicious Wrigley Spearmint Chewing Gum. There's lots of cooling, real mint flavor in every stick. And chewing Wrigley Spearmint helps keep you feeling fresh and alert. You feel better, work better, get more fun out of doing things. So indoors, outdoors, wherever you go, keep some healthful, refreshing Wrigley Spearmint Chewing Gum handy. To make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. The makers of Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum hope you've enjoyed tonight's story and that you're enjoying Wrigley's Spearmint Gum every day. We invite you to join us next week at the same time when Detective Danny Clover returns again with Broadway's My Beat. Broadway's My Beat, brought to you by Wrigley's Spearmint Gum, is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis with music composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. The program is written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin and stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Broadway's My Beat, from Times Square to Columbus Circle. The gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
The still brilliant light of a new January drifts down over Broadway, and the pattern it reveals is unchanged. The scalpeled edges of piled concrete are still defined against winter sky. Glints are struck off chrome and steel. The faces of the mob are already molded back into the old year's anguish. Because still, the vision of beauty stands in a doorway at the end of night. And you walk toward it. You're stopped by the hawker who has another plan for you. You push him aside, keep walking. He stops you again. Lays odds you'll never make it. And you never do. And the light filters a corridor. You walk with a man who has just been acquitted of the murder of his wife. A man you arrested, testified against, watched as he was given the verdict of freedom. And in his face, no sign of release, of joy. Only a newer pallor, sudden, intense.
You tried, Danny. You didn't make it.
The court found you innocent, Mr. Welch.
Yeah, didn't they, though? You know something, Danny?
What?
They say I'm innocent. You say it. Me, I still don't know. I was out of the world at the time. I was drunk.
That girl, Ida Gray.
Yeah. Spunky kid to sit up there and tell it into the teeth of the world that I was with her at the time Faye was... My wife was being killed. I wonder if I had fun. I wonder if Ida and me had fun while Faye was dying.
She broke our case, saved your life.
You want it? I give it to you. For whatever my life's worth now, take it. Deal it out among your friends.
Look, Mr. Welch, you're a free man.
What's with this free? A man pronounces a word and that makes me free? You look. Faye's dead. The girl I loved is dead. A girl... You know something, Danny?
What?
It's now the law of the land that I didn't kill my wife. That means someone else did.
That's right.
I make you a promise out of the goodness of my heart. I'll get to the killer before you do. Hope to die if I don't.
We'll handle it, Mr. Welch. You leave it all to us.
Hold it a minute, will you, Danny? You too, Johnny. I want a picture. You and Ida here. Here, stand close to him, Ida. Come on. Get close. Touch his face or something.
Get out of here before...
Oh, Johnny, Ida saved your life.
You don't have to, Johnny, if you don't want to.
Stay out of it, huh, Ida, baby? You just stay posed where... come on, Johnny. Ida here, this pretty girl here, handed you back your life on a silver platter.
That's
now,
what Ida did, all right. Okay, take your picture.
And step aside so a picture could be made. A picture of a man, Johnny Welch, his eyes dull, unfocused. The corner of his lips twitching somewhere between pain and hate. The girl looking up at him, unsmiling. And the man with the camera.
All right, now try to look glad about it, will you?
Forced smiles, then. Posed happiness for all the world to see.
Okay, got it.
Then turn the whole thing over to your memory. Go away. Spend the next 2 days for routine. Fill in spaces on report sheets. Catch up on the paperwork. Shake a finger at a school teacher from the Midwest who was clapping her blackboard erasers on the runway at Times Square. Speak at a boys' club. Lose 3 boxes of matches at the poker game in the squad room. Catch up on your reading at home. And then the call comes. Danny Clover speaking.
Danny, guy named Larry Moore just got some lumps.
What are you talking about, Sergeant?
Fella named Larry Moore just got slugged. Good.
All right. Well, why did you call me, Gino?
Guy that did it to him was named Johnny Welch.
Oh. Did you pick up Johnny?
Nah, we're looking.
Where do I find this Larry Moore?
Same hotel where Johnny lives, room 305.
I don't see why you waste your time, Mr. Clover. I'm not going to bring charges against Johnny.
Looks like he went over you pretty good, Mr. Moore. Can you see out of that left eye?
What difference does it make? I'm not going to press charges.
Why'd he beat you up?
Between you and me, that's all.
Okay.
He tried to make me confess.
To what?
That I'd killed his wife.
I see.
I guess you want to know why Johnny would think a thing like that, huh?
Yeah, I would.
I knew Fay Welch.
Know her well?
A lot of fellas did. You know, the boys who hung around the bar where the Welches lived.
Then Mrs. Welch used to hang around at the bar pretty much.
It came out at the trial.
Your name didn't.
For what reason? I just played piano for cocktail hour. I did her requests for her, played them.
I just can't understand it, Mr. Moore. A man comes into your room, accuses you of murder, beats you up.
And I don't get mad about it. Why should I? A guy like Johnny, a guy like him, he's upset. He needs to be understood, Mr. Clover, not arrested. What kind of a guy do you think I am, anyhow?
And for a moment, consider him. Consider the man whose reaction to the violence done him was compassion, understanding. To have come out of a beating from an embittered man, a man on the prowl, dedicated to the killing of his wife's murderer, and still Larry Moore makes no charge against him. Wonder about it. And note your own shock that you've stained Larry Moore's compassion with suspicion, and leave with no answer to Larry Moore's question as to what kind of a man he was, anyhow. At headquarters, issue an all-points bulletin for the pickup of Johnny Welch, acquitted of the murder of his wife, because where he walked violence and death. And strip off the hours of waiting with routine, with talk to Detective Muggen.
It isn't safe for the citizens with that guy loose, Danny.
We'll find him.
He's a sick man. Right now, you could go so far as to call him crazy.
Maybe.
Who knows who he's going to choose out of the crowd to call his wife's murderer? This time, he just beats up on a man. Next time, maybe he'll be more thorough. And a sick man turns into a killer.
We'll find him.
Sure we will. Mind if I open the window a little, Danny? It's stuck here.
Go ahead.
Lucky fella. Lucky fella.
What do you say?
Johnny Welch, lucky boy. He just didn't know how lucky.
No?
Sure no. You find him passed out on the floor, dead drunk, with a bottle in one hand, a gun in the other, and his wife, Fay, with a look on her face that comes from being shot to death.
The real killer could have...
The real killer?
Well, the real killer could have killed Fay Welch, planted the gun on Johnny because Johnny was too gone to know anything.
It has to be like that.
Because a jury of his peers said so?
Well...
Because a girl, a Miss Ida Gray, hops a boat from England, arrives just in time to tell a court Johnny was seeing her off to Europe from the hours of 11 to 2, the night his wife was killed?
It's established Mrs. Welch was killed around 1 o'clock that night.
Look, I'm not fighting it, then. Sure it was established. Goes back to what I was saying. Johnny Welch is a lucky boy. Comes home from a party, drunk. Staggers down a hotel hall, meets an old girlfriend, Ida Gray. She takes him with her to bid her a bon voyage. This takes till 2 in the morning, she says. Alibi. Freedom. And Johnny Welch walks the streets to...
Just came in, Danny. Good day to you, Detective Muggerman.
What came in, Gino?
They found Johnny Welch. They're keeping him there for you.
Where?
Blossom's Bar and Grill on 3rd Avenue. One of them 3rd Avenue joints at the Spence Mockery with... Danny, button up your overcoat. You shouldn't catch cold.
Johnny? Hi, Johnny. Mind if I sit down? How do you feel?
How do I feel?
Let's get out of here, Johnny. Come on, I want to talk to you.
I live here.
Come on, you've a nice place back at the hotel.
I live here. My home.
Look, Johnny...
How do I feel, the man asked. Simple question that begs a simple answer. I could say, all right, I feel good. You could say, not so good. Stop me when I get the answer you want.
What have you been doing for the last...
What's the matter, don't you drink? Grab the bottle by the throat, friend. Pour. Admire my home. Drink.
I'm working, Johnny.
So am I. This is the way it's done. You finish a bottle and hold it to the naked eye. Like this. Now, wait. The empty bottle. The things inside I can see. Dancers, friends, the people whose smile want you to come along. I got no more friends.
What's happened, Johnny?
No more friends.
Look, it'll take them a little while to get used to it. I've seen it happen before. A man acquitted of murder, his friends are
They think maybe I did it after all. They look at me. They just look at me with, you killed your wife.
They don't think that. You were acquitted.
And Faye's dead. Where she was once is nothing. You never heard her laugh. Or talk. You just saw her when...
Johnny.
What do you want?
I saw Larry Moore a little while ago.
I got it on the list. I'm going to see him.
Leave him alone.
Just to apologize. That's the only reason why I want to see Larry Moore. Apologize because I slugged him. Apologize because Faye is dead. It's a tremendous loss to all of us.
Want me to take you back to the hotel now?
You don't know what I've been saying at all, do you? Get your ear out of the mud, friend. I'll say something plain. I'm here because Faye is dead. The 12 good men and true say I didn't kill her, and that's good. If I'd killed her, I wouldn't want to live anymore. If I didn't kill her, someone else did. I told you...
The police will take care of it, Johnny.
Surprise. Get out of here, friend. Leave me alone. Go on, get out.
And leave him alone. Leave him to the life he wanted because you had no reason to intrude. Out on the street again and uptown. Stop off for a sandwich. Then back to work again, back to headquarters. Park the car on the lot across from emergency.
Over here, Danny.
And the voice that stops you belongs to Detective Muggerman, standing beside an ambulance. What's up, Muggerman?
Where have you been?
What's the difference where I've been? What's the matter?
The call came as soon as you left. You didn't leave word where you'd be. I took it.
Took what?
Now, hold it a minute, fellas. Take a look.
Oh, no.
Larry Moore, Danny. In the morning, he's beat up. In the evening, he's dead. You see it, Danny?
Yeah, I see it, Muggavan.
Stabbed to death, Danny. Murdered.
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. Instead of going down, the annual rate of polio cases in this country is going up. Instead of growing panicky with fear in the face of such an unwelcome fact, there is a way in which we all can join the Army, which is fighting to check this trend and ultimately defeat infantile paralysis. We can contribute to the March of Dimes. Give today so that the 1952 March of Dimes will be the biggest ever and a really potent fighting force against polio.
When it's January on Broadway, the darkness drains through the scarlet of neon before it's called night. And the dreams that are dreamed where a street corner touches the edge of evening drift away on the black wind. The whirlpool of color, flung skyward by the spectaculars, dips, becomes a riot of shadows when it touches the street. It's the once-upon-a-time land, wrapped in winter's mist, gray and cold. The laughter's always at the other end of the block. It's nighttime, crowd time, the lonely time. And consider this night the slaying of a man. Consider facts. Dead man Larry Moore. Suspect Johnny Welch. Nighttime, work time. Go back to the bar that Johnny called home. He's not there. Check his hotel. Not there. So issue an all-points bulletin again on Johnny. He's not to be found. So next morning go to a friend of his, Ida Gray, the young woman who once helped him.
I can't understand why they didn't announce you down at the desk, Mr. Clover.
So I told them I was a policeman. I told them not to announce me.
You were afraid I'd fly the coop? Am I that important?
What do you do for a living, Miss Gray?
I could have told you that over the house phone.
Tell me now.
May I be technical?
Right ahead.
I'm a technician, Mr. Clover. I assist in the preparation of antibiotic cultures. Do I scare you?
May I ask you why you went to Europe? Vacation?
Not at all. Work. I went over to observe techniques in the manufacture of antibiotics in England. To observe, report. Free exchange of scientific methods. That was my job.
And you left for England the night of Mrs. Welch's murder and came home during the trial. Fortunate for Johnny, Miss Gray.
Had I known of the murder, I would have returned much sooner. Honor bright. Poor Johnny.
You feel sorry for him, huh?
Bring him to me. Just bring him to me. Just let me get my hands on him.
And what?
I'd never take them away. Not very scientific talk for a technician like me, is it?
He killed a man last night.
What?
Stabbed him to death, a man named Larry Moore. First Johnny threatened him, then he killed him.
Larry Moore?
You've probably seen him, Larry Moore. Played piano downstairs in the lounge.
And Larry killed Johnny's wife, is that it? Then who killed Larry?
Do you know where Johnny is?
If you find out where, take me to him, will you?
You'll be here, Miss Gray.
As a matter of fact, no. I have a date with a scientific fella. We're going to discuss variable hydrogen ion concentrations in oreomycin culture. Do I bore you? Then you might as well go.
Good morning, Danny. And something else. Danny?
Do you want something, Chino?
It is not a question, do I want something? Let us say, rather, it is a question, do the gentle lady waiting outside your office want something? They wish to see you, and that the late deceased Larry Moore.
Oh, bring them in, Gino.
They told me... who cares what people tell me? This way to see Danny Clover. If I am needed, Danny, you know where to reach me.
The sergeant said you wanted to see me about Larry Moore.
Yeah, I'm Chet Duggar from Trenton. Her, Miss Hempstead of... Where are you from, honey? We never did get around to geography. Where you from? Tell us, honey. Oh, the kid's scared, Mr. Clover. That's why she's clammed up. If you knew what I went through to get her to come down here with... Oh, don't be scared, honey.
Why did you come here, Mr. Duggar?
Larry and Miss Hempstead and me, Chet Duggar, we were a happy threesome until comes a knock on Larry's hotel room. Larry gets up from the piano to answer it, so
He says to someone, "Oh, what a pleasant surprise." Then he grunts, walks back into the room, can't play the piano anymore. The knife in his chest makes him all thumbs.
And you want to tell me you saw who it was?
All Miss Hempstead and me want to tell you is we were there in Larry's hotel room because it got gay in the cocktail lounge, didn't it, honey? And Larry invited us up to his cell for more of his piano. And we were getting around to the oldies.
Why didn't you come here before?
Oh, didn't I tell you? We're from out of town. The etiquette of what to do when a piano player dies is, well, unknown to us, isn't it, honey? Then comes the dawn, and the etiquette is... Oh, pardon me, your phone.
Danny Clover speaking.
Dr. Sinsky, Danny, downstairs in the infirmary. They just brought in Ida Gray.
You were worried about etiquette, Mr. Duggar. Stick around. We'll try to clear it up for you.
Miss Gray's going to recover, Danny, so you don't have to worry about that. Probably concussion, bruises.
Where was she found, Dr. Sinsky?
In an alley, Danny, off West 16th. Here's the officer's report.
No one proud of what they're saying.
What'd you say?
Nothing. Just reading the report.
That's her room, Danny. You want to see her?
She conscious?
No. She keeps saying something, though, over and over.
Let's go in. What's she saying?
Get close to her, Danny. Put your ear close. You'll hear.
No use. No use. After all.
You understand her?
Uh-huh. You said there wasn't any use. They bring this in here with her?
With that purse? Yeah. Danny, what are you...
Must be a doctor, huh, doctor? This is the way a policeman works. Lipstick, dishes, keys, comb, wallet, bank book.
I don't envy you one bit, Danny. To have to pick the little things. To have to pry like that.
Sometimes little things, Doctor. Would you say this was a little thing?
What?
This entry in Miss Gray's bank book?
So she made a withdrawal and closed her account. Maybe she needed the money. I found myself face to face with needing money.
But you never had the reason Miss Gray did, Doctor. Take care of her. Don't let her out of your sight. Markovan, Tartaglia, come in.
Yeah, sure, Danny. We're coming.
Need something, Dan?
Yeah, shut the door. Where you been, Markovan?
Out and around.
That's an answer?
Yeah, I consider it an answer. What do you want?
Now, boys, please. Before our lips get pulled any tighter, let's consider that we have all been chums together for a long time now.
Johnny Welch has been hammering his way through alleys. Give him a little more time, we'll have more dead on our hands. When are you going to get around to finding him, Muggavan?
When I do, you'll be the first to know. Yeah. I say it in the presence of a witness.
Now,
Look,
fellas, we are all at nerve's edge here. Our patience exhausted to the raw quick. Our courtesy...
What about you, Tartaglia? How does a police sergeant pass his time?
Before you say something for which we will all be ashamed in the morning, Danny, let me tell you what a police sergeant has been doing. He has been heltering and skeltering up the nooks and down the crannies of police...
Doing what?
What his good lieutenant has ordered him to do. Checking the bank account of the late deceased Larry Moore against the aforementioned same of Miss Ida Gray, who was lately assailed by person or persons...
And you found?
What I found is what I hope will make us all friendly once more. In these two bank books is what I found. Here, put your heads together over it, then clasp hands.
Argivan?
Yeah, Danny?
Take a look. Do anything to you?
Yeah. Yesterday, Larry Moore deposited in his bank the exact amount Ida Gray withdrew from hers. That is what it does to me, Danny. Blackmail.
Yeah. Dr. Sinsky's with a girl named Ida Gray at the emergency hospital. I want that girl booked.
Roger. Wilco.
Hey, what do you want to book? Hey, look, you, what's the idea?
Hey, tell them who I am, Danny. They shouldn't start roughing me for entering without a pass.
Marty Udenfreud, Margovan, Gino, friend of mine.
Yeah, and in case you ever afford a cab, I hack on 43rd and Broadway. Pleased to meet you, fellas.
What's in your mind, Marty?
Hey, remember the blintzes my wife said he made for your last holidays? Remember how you enjoyed them? You told me.
I did enjoy them, Marty.
Well, I got now something you will enjoy even more, and without sour cream. The whereabouts of a fugitive named Johnny Welch.
Where?
I spotted him sneaking into a flea bag hotel down to the Bowery. Saw the light go on, second floor front. Broke a few traffic manifestos getting it to you, Danny. However...
Take me there, Marty.
Danny?
Yeah, what do you want?
That girl with Dr. Sinsky. What do we book her for?
For murder. Come on, Marty, take me to Johnny Welch. So go now to a familiar place. Familiar because it's called the Bowery. Because it's the place where dreams are lost and violence is born.
That one, Danny. That one right there.
The air is chill with many things. The figure huddled against the night wind. Cold chalk scratched on a brick wall. Dampness on lips as a woman watches you walk by. And into the derelict hotel and up the steps. And think briefly this is the sound of a winter's grave.
Danny?
That's right, Johnny.
Come on in.
And the face of Johnny Welch is the face of a grave. Without meaning, without expression. Lifeless.
I've been waiting for you, Danny.
Oh? I thought you were hiding.
Hiding?
After what you did, Johnny.
No, you got it all wrong.
Tell me about it.
The reason why I'm here.
That's right.
I don't know any other place, Danny. There's no other place left for me. Even the people in the bottom of the bottle danced away.
Larry Moore, Ida Gray, they're not in your life anymore?
Larry?
He's dead.
I didn't know. How'd he make it?
Ida?
Ida. Always Ida. I saw her a while ago. She rubbed her cheek against me and said things you'd never believe. To me. She said she'd love me. Did you find her?
Uh-huh.
She killed Larry, huh? She didn't tell me.
Maybe you didn't give her a chance.
I gave her all the time she needed. She talked and talked. The things she told me.
Did she tell you how she perjured herself for you? How you were never with her the night of your wife's murder?
She told me.
And you almost killed Ida for it.
I told you something once, Danny. I told you if I killed my wife, I didn't want to live anymore. I meant it.
Now you know you killed her, don't you?
That. You can't touch me for it because I was acquitted. Double jeopardy. State can't try a man twice for the same crime.
That's right, Johnny. We can't hold you for assault with intent to kill for a long time.
Intent? Didn't I make it?
No.
What's going to happen to Ida?
You know, should be tried for murder.
Why'd she kill him?
Larry Moore must have known she was lying on the stand at your trial. He worked at the hotel. He saw Ida leave for the boat by herself, not with you. So he was blackmailing her.
Twist, huh?
Yeah. And all she wanted was you. That's why she perjured herself, got you off. I asked you before, Johnny, why'd you beat her up?
Saving my life. I told you I don't want to live now that I know what I did.
You'll live. Prison, Johnny.
Sure. You can stall it for a while, Danny. And then I'll come back here. Look at this place. Then go over to the window and look outside. Gutter from top to bottom, all of it. Hold me as long as you want. Then I'm coming back to it.
Why?
Why? What's being dead got that this hasn't got?
It's a panic in neon, this Broadway, where pleasure is a packaged commodity, like pain, where bargain prices prevail for numbness and a half-hour smile, sometimes on installments. It's the place that dares you, and one way or another it'll rock you to sleep. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover, with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia and Jack Crucian as Muggavan. The program was produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with musical score composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. In tonight's story, Harry Bartell was heard as Johnny Welch. Featured in the cast were Mary Shipp, Shepard Menken, Steve Roberts, and Jerry Hausner. Our Miss Brooks is your Miss Brooks every Sunday evening over most of these same CBS radio stations. CBS comedy fans know she's really the sparkling comedian Eve Arden. Folks who haven't met Mr. Boynton, education-slinging Eve's bashful boyfriend, and the rest of our Miss Brooks laugh mates shouldn't let another Sunday pass without enjoying this refreshing CBS laugh spreader. Bill Anders speaking. And remember, those lovable rascals Amos and Andy are here every Sunday on the CBS Radio Network.
Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
The neon carnival rises high above Broadway, explodes, then scatters over the city. And at police headquarters, it whispers through the gray stone and the glass closed against it. You have to listen. Then another sound washes out the whisper of Broadway's scream. Danny Clover.
Danny, please come, please.
Who is this?
Christina Lavecchia, Mario's sister. You remember Mario, Danny? Please, you remember?
Yes, I remember. Christina, well, what is this? Something wrong?
Everything is wrong. Mario's dead. Please come, Danny, please.
Then the sirens howl because the man is dead, and their cry tears a path through the wilderness of the city. And finally they're stilled because the door is open. A girl stands there, a young girl whose hair is black and whose tears lie on her cheek like jewels.
Danny.
Don't be afraid, Christina. Try not to be afraid. Where is he, Christina? Tell me.
In there. In his room.
Show me.
Yes. There. There's Mario. On the floor. Lying in his blood. My brother lies in his blood.
Mario. Why did you find him like this, Christina?
I came home a half hour, an hour. I don't know. The house was empty. I thought it was empty. And then I heard Mario call my name and he killed himself, Danny. He didn't have to do that, did he? Did he, Danny?
Why do you say he killed himself, Christina?
Why, the gun in his hand, the wound.
Is this Mario's gun?
Yes. I've seen it many times. It's one he bought for his job at the furniture factory. After he... You knew him, Danny. He was your friend.
Yeah.
It's a sin to kill oneself, isn't it? Tell me it's a sin.
Christine.
I need Mario. Give him back to me, Danny. Give him
You'll be
back.
all right, Christine. Your father, where is he?
Wednesday night. He always goes to his Locarno Club on Wednesday night. You'll find him, Danny, and tell him. You, not me.
All right, Christina. I'll tell him. After that, the efficient ghosts from police technical came in, formed a tight and impersonal circle around the dead boy. Then a man named Dr. Sinsky detached himself from the group, sighed, and walked over to Christina. He put his arm around her, spoke gently. With the strange alchemy he knew about tears, he dried Christina's. Then I had a place to go, so I went there. The Locarno Club was a rented store around the corner. It had once held a succession of groceries, candies, used clothing, and articles held for pawn. Now it had given up to a group of old men who used its space to compare families, dreams, and memories. Cesare Lavecchia was seated among his friends and holding up a memory for consideration.
The fields of Caserta were dry like I don't know what from the dock. And Valerio stood looking, and his tears fell upon his brown chest. That's the way it was in Caserta.
Cesare.
Oh, Danny Clover. Welcome, amigo. Danny, what about a glass of wine? Huh? A glass of wine for my friend, Danny.
No, maybe later. It's important, Cesare.
Oh, sure, of course. Well, pardon my friend. My friend from the police wants to consult me on a matter of importance. What is it, Danny?
About Mario.
Triste. Danny, maybe you can get him back his job with the police. A job at the desk, maybe, huh? After all, Danny, Mario is not a policeman now because he lost his arm while he was doing his duty as a policeman. And this job is a guard in a furniture factory he did not like anyway. I was so glad when he was discharged from such a childish job.
Cesare.
Yes, Danny. What do you want to say?
I wish I knew at least another word for it.
Mario?
He's dead.
Mario? But there was a priest.
Yes. One was on his way.
What happened to Mario?
Christina thought he killed himself.
No, killed himself. No, my Mario.
He didn't. He was murdered. There were no powder burns. He was murdered, Chester.
Who did this to him?
You'll help me find out. That's why I came to you.
Ask me what you have to do.
Why was Mario fired from his job at the furniture factory?
But you know, as a policeman.
No, I heard something about it. I didn't bother me.
Yes, I know. A good man like you not to dig at the reason for a friend's shame. I will tell you, Danny. Mario was the guard at the factory. There was a robbery over the safe at the payroll. Mario was not in the factory where he should have been when it was the robbery.
Where was he?
With a girl. He left the factory to be with a girl.
What girl? Who is she?
I met her, Carrie Lister. She lives, I don't know, someplace in here, I think. Mario.
Now listen to me.
Mario.
There were no tears in the old man's eyes, only anger and fury. A fury that seared and kept at a distance the old friends who'd heard his cry and came to help. They stood around him in silence, and their helplessness was big enough to dissolve the fury and leave only that, the helplessness. And old Cesare asked me to take him to his son, and I did. In the morning, headquarters came up with Carrie Lister's address, a brownstone in the West 60s. A kid bouncing a ball on the stoop told me Carrie was home. He'd just seen her drying her hair out the window. Then her door opened. She stood there brushing the blonde hair away from her face.
Yes?
I'm Danny Clover, police. May I come in?
Why?
I want to talk about Mario Lavecchia.
I don't.
No? They tell me Mario was in love with you.
And me with him. What? Real big. Good. Too good for you to go scratching, and that's why I don't want to talk to you about Mario.
He was murdered.
I know. I called him last night. His sister told me he was dead.
We want his murderer, Carrie. I want him. Because I knew Mario.
All right. Come in. Yeah, that's Mario's picture. And that's the sofa where we sat and looked out over the alley and talked.
How long had you known him, Carrie?
Since I was a kid and we played Run, Sheep, Run and hid in the back room of a delicatessen. And a cop chased us. You mind if I put up my hair while we're talking?
No. Mind a personal question, Carrie?
You have other kinds? Go ahead.
Why didn't you and Mario get married? You'd have been fine for him.
I would have. I asked him to marry me a lot of times. Mario wanted to, and you could have on his police pension, but he had to take care of his family first, he said. His father, his sister, they came first with him.
Yeah, they would with Mario. Must have been tough for him after he got wounded in the force.
It was. Mario was a proud guy. Not everything was good enough for him. That's why it made me feel good. Mario loved me.
What did he do before he got that job in the furniture factory?
He tried to get other jobs. There weren't any. He didn't have to work. We could have lived good on his pension and me working, but Mario had to keep Christina in that fancy boarding school, help his father.
His friends during that time, who were they?
His father, his sister, me. Not whoever it was robbed the payroll at the factory, if that's what you're trying to say.
The night of the robbery, where was Mario?
He was with me. He left his post and came to me.
Maybe he went somewhere else first. Maybe he was in on the robbery and then came to you for an alibi.
You told me you knew Mario. You lied. You lied in your teeth.
The factory where he worked, Carrie, where is it?
The Paul Dinsmore Furniture Manufacturers in Brooklyn, Mr. Clover. You'll get along good with Mr. Dinsmore because he thinks Mario robbed him, too.
Carrie.
Get out of here, Mr. Clover. That's all I ask of you. Get out of my sight.
And take this spec sheet back to planning and tell them to substitute clear pine. It'll work.
Yes, sir. Right away.
And what can I do for you, mister?
My name's Danny Clover.
Oh, fine. I'm Paul Dinsmore.
Glad to know you, Mr. Dinsmore. I'm from the police.
All the more welcome.
Can we get out of this noise?
Now, let's go into my office. You like the layout here?
Quite a place.
We might expand soon. Here, right in here. Sit down.
Thanks. Mr. Dinsmore,
About the robbery last week, isn't it? About the robbery on May 26th.
What makes you think so?
Well, so far, Mr. Clover, you're the latest of a series of policemen who've been coming around.
Well, now there's something else.
Oh?
Huh? Mario Lebeckia's dead.
I know about that. Came with the morning paper.
Didn't it throw you?
No. It would have one time, but it didn't this morning. Mario turned sour.
I knew Mario. Once he was in the force. I'm trying to understand about him. What made him what he became? What's your opinion?
Love? Money? With one arm, how does a guy get them? You know all about motives, not me. Sure, Mario was my friend. How well does a man get to know a friend?
It depends.
Sure it does. We grew up together, Mr. Clover. But a line gets drawn somewhere. People separate. Like you said, it depends.
You gave him a job after he was pensioned off the force.
I wouldn't do less for a friend. Only Mario lost it.
Let me get it straight. Mario left the factory one night last week to see a girl. He should have been on duty.
Yeah, to see a girl. Old John tells me that a guy comes up to Mario and tells him to go see a girl. He picked a great night to see a girl. Whoever knocked over my safe had a breeze. Nobody left to guard the payroll but that friendly old man. Friendly to Mario.
Old John?
Yeah, John Fisher. Friendly old John Fisher. A friend to Mario. A friend of the guy who called on Mario. Wait a minute.
Yes, Mr. Dinsmore?
Get me John Fisher's address. You want his address, don't you, Mr. Clover? So you can do better than the other boys on the force who cleared him.
Uh-huh. But why his address? Isn't John Fisher here anymore?
No. He was too conscientious for us. Somebody walks in, steals our payroll, and old John Fisher sleeps through it all just like a baby. Next morning, we retired him.
Then Paul Dinsmore got philosophical about the whole thing and explained crime to me in terms of greed and sickness. Then a sawdust-free young lady in Hollywood-type glasses walked through the door, handed him the address of John Fisher. He handed it to me. I left. The address was on Front Street.
Right down the hall there, mister.
I'll come with you to show you.
All right.
Keeps that radio playing all the time, he does. All the time. Now, if I owned this place instead of just cleaned it, this room here.
Yeah, thanks. Mr. Fisher. Mr. Fisher. You have a key for this room?
You don't need any. Last two tenants been screaming about the busted lock. Mr. Fisher. Hey, look at him. Look what's been done to him.
John Fisher sprawled face down on the floor. The heavy handle of a billiard cue stick lay beside him, touching him. The instrument now of a different purpose. The matted hair and the blood. The pattern of what it had done to him. And whoever had held the weapon had been thorough. John Fisher had been beaten to death.
She loves me the more fool she's gotta learn.
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
Broadway all depends on the mood you're in. You can be part of the mob and perform for the sightseers, or you can detach yourself from it. Lean against a wall, crease your newspaper, and bite your lip over that two-column item on the right-hand side of the page. 2 guards at a factory mysteriously murdered. Consider it, then flip the pages to the box scores and waggle a finger back at Ted Williams. Or, as Sergeant Tataglia had it next day at headquarters,
That Ted Williams, Danny, that ball player from Boston, Mass., he ruins the scenery.
Oh, how does he do that, Gino?
I can't appreciate Mrs. Tartaglia anymore on account of him.
Somehow I knew that's just what you were going to say.
Last night, Danny, Mrs. Tartaglia was paraded back and forth, up and down and across in her new swimsuit from Catalina, in preparation to being the belle of the beach at Far Rockaway, when all of a sudden comes over the radio that this Ted Williams had hit another home run.
After that, you couldn't enjoy the scenery, huh? You don't like Ted Williams. Anything else, Gino? I'm talking to you.
Huh? Oh, no, nothing else, Danny. Except... No, nothing else.
Except what?
Well, except about Mrs. O'Connell and the Lavecchia case.
Mrs. O'Connell?
Yeah, my uppity neighbor 2 doors down. Her daughter...
Tartaglia.
Okay, Danny. Only Mrs. O'Connell said something to me this morning that twits me, Danny. About her daughter, Sandra Lee.
Tell me about it.
Well, she said, how come this Christina Lavecchia was home from that boarding school, that Thatcher School for Girls, and her daughter Sandra Lee is not?
Go on.
Because that Thatcher School for Girls is not closed down for the summer yet. That's where Sandra Lee goes too. And she is even now at school preparing for exams, and they got strict rules about not being on the outside. So how come Christina Lavecchia...
That's a good question, Tartaglia. How come Christina Lavecchia?
Yeah. How come her? What was she doing out on the night of her brother's murder?
Maybe I better go find out, huh?
Danny, somehow I knew that's just what you were going to say.
The Thatcher School for Girls was the very model of high-fashion culture. It stood languid and poised on 3 acres of fashionable soil. And its hand-wrought gates, signed by the artist, opened onto a vista of golden girls pursuing the arts and sciences on horseback. One had to wait to let the scholars pass. Farther on, in a wooded glen, a woman in black beat a drum as girls in diaphanous nightshirts danced the tragedy of the cone and the cube. And beyond that, the lithe girls in silken shorts who pause in their game of volleyball to observe you. And having done so, resume the struggle. And finally, the office of the dean. Dean and office both done by an exclusive decorator.
I am Dean Chesterfield. Welcome to Thatcher.
Thank you, Dean.
My secretary tells me you're from the police. Are we at Thatcher the subject of an investigation?
Only Christina Lavecchia.
Christina? Oh, what has Christina done? Has she shamed us?
Just tell me about her.
Christina has often made us quite unhappy.
Oh? How?
A certain unwillingness to respond to our regimen.
Tell me about it.
The night before last, for instance, we discovered that she had not slept amongst us. A flagrant protest. An undisciplined gesture.
The night before last, her brother was murdered. Christina should have been here.
There is not a night of the school term that she should not be here. To have complete behavior control of our girls is our objective. It is...
You said Christina made you happy unoften. How often?
Well, one moment. I have it here in my records. Ah, yes, here we are. La Vecchia, Christina. On April 19th, La Vecchia did steal into her dormitory 3 hours after curfew. For this, a Class B demerit and a week in Coventry.
You confined her to the campus?
You have another meaning for Coventry? On May 26th, La Vecchia was gone all night. Appeared for her third class, disheveled and distant. For this...
You could have dismissed her.
We were going to, but her brother pleaded with us. We relented when he told us Christina was at home with him that night.
May 26th. 26th. Thanks, Dean. It's been educational. So somebody might have lied. Dean Chesterfield had said Christina was with her brother Mario on the night of May 26th, the night of the robbery. But Dinsmore said Mario went off with another man. And Mario's girlfriend had told me yesterday that Mario spent the evening with her. And Mario's girlfriend was named Carrie Lister. She was someone I wanted to talk to again. Then back to West 60s and the brownstone in the middle of the block. I didn't have to go that far. 3 doors from the brownstone was a bar. Through the glass front, I could see Carrie Lister seated on the high stool. She was entertaining, or being entertained.
You get the picture, huh? There was my wife standing there with egg in her face. Funny, huh?
Mr. Becker, you're a whiz-bag.
Yeah, that ain't all. Listen to
I haven't had a drink since I don't know when, Mr. Becker.
I'll buy it for you, Carrie.
Huh? Oh, Mr. Clover. Meet your rival, Mr. Clover of the police. This is Mr. Becker. He's in canned goods. Aren't you, Mr. Becker?
Get at the end of the line, friend. And the line don't move for hours from now.
Goodbye, Mr. Becker.
If I stand up, I'm pretty large, friend.
Mr. Becker, you knew suddenly you got a fat face and fat lips, and you didn't shave so good this morning. Beat it.
You, copper, flash me a badge. Make me move.
The lady said go.
Lady? Ain't been one of those in this place for years.
You, get out of here.
Hey, look.
I said go. Or so help
That
me.
bottle down, Carrie. Put it down. That's better. Goodbye, Mr. Becker.
Yeah. I'll get back to you, honey.
Give me a shoulder, Mr. Clover. I want to die on it.
You shouldn't punish yourself so much, Carrie. Not like this.
It doesn't matter anymore. What matters?
Mario, who killed him?
That matters how?
Just a question, Carrie. Was he with you on the night of the robbery?
I haven't had a drink.
Was he?
You know he wasn't. He told me to say so, but he wasn't.
Who was he with?
How would I know? Go ask his old man, his sister. He was married to his family, not me. Take me home, Mr. Clover. Get me out of here.
Oh, Danny.
That's right.
Come in, Danny. Come in. Take my chair. Please, take.
Chester.
No, first you must please sit down to show me you are a guest in my house. Good. Danny, an old man is grateful you call on him. An old man is lonely without the boy, without the son. Lonely.
Chester, you want your boy's murderer, don't you?
I live only till then. After that, I die.
Then you must tell me the truth. You lied to me.
I lie. Danny, an old man has not very much. His son, his honor, his pride.
His daughter.
Christina is no longer my daughter.
Why, Chester?
It was because of her I lied. Because of her, Mario's dead. Because... Danny...
Mario wasn't with Carrie Lister the night of the robbery, was he?
No.
Tell me about it, Chester.
Well, it was late. The telephone rang. A man had told me Christina was missing from her school. She was not in her bed. No place in the school.
A man?
Yes, a man. I went fast to Mario.
You? You went to Mario?
Yes, I told him. He left his duty to come with me to find Christina because he loved Christina. Nothing else would have made him go now, Danny. Nothing, believe.
Where was Christina?
We don't know. We look and we don't know. She come to us in the morning and she will not tell us. Nothing will she tell us.
Christina.
You, out of my house, you get out. Don't call me that no more. Not the fear.
Leave her alone, Chester. Leave her alone.
Forgive us, Daddy. Forgive us. You were just a witness. Shame.
Christina, listen to me. Why did you come the other night? Mario was murdered.
I came to tell him I was through with school. Finished.
Why? Why, Christina?
Because I was married. I thought I was married. Tonight he told me it was a lie.
And the night of the robbery, May 26th, you were with your husband, Christina.
Yes. Yes. He told me we'd been married. I'd been drinking, and he said we were married. My husband said that.
Who is he, Christina?
Paul. Paul Dinsmore.
Paul Dinsmore.
Oh, hi, Mr. Clover. What brings you to me? News?
Something like that. Let's go back into your office. We can have...
Like it read your mind, huh, Mr. Clover? You want quiet? You're getting quiet.
Quitting time, 3 o'clock in the afternoon?
Modern production methods. The help needs a short break. The union says they do. They go out in the yard and relax. Maybe they're right.
I want to talk to you.
All right, let's talk.
I just came from Christina Lavecchia.
So?
She told me she thought she was married to you. You lied to her, didn't you, Paul?
She tell you a story like that, Mr. Clover? A very hysterical girl.
Tried to do a thing like that to Christina, Paul.
It's still her story.
There's more that goes with it. You get the girl who thought she was your wife to come to you on the night of the robbery. Then you phone her father and tell him she's missing from school.
The noise in this place really got you, didn't it?
You knew that family well enough, so you were sure her father would go right to Mario. And you knew Mario would leave his job and go looking for her.
What are you trying to prove, Clover? I still don't get you.
I'm proving a couple of things. You robbed your own payroll. You killed Mario because Mario found out what you did to Christina. You killed the other guard, John Fisher.
I did that, huh?
Yeah, you did. Because you got scared when I started digging into it. You were afraid John Fisher would tell me you came to the plant after Mario left.
That was nice of me.
But killing him, beating him to death.
Mr. Clover, it was all your fault. It's like you said, you came nosing around. I couldn't take any chances with an old man keeping a closed mouth.
Let's go, Paul.
Go? You must be out of your mind.
He broke away and started running toward the crowd. To get lost in it.
That man's got a gun!
To keep me from shooting at him. In their terror, the crowd opened the way for him, and there was only one thing to do. He was dead, and I kneeled over him. Sometime after that, they took him away. And later, an old man swirled a mop over the blood-stained concrete of the floor. And that was Requiem for Paul Dinsmore. Upward into the sky, and the night bursts open. The swarm starts its dance down the canyon streets, and the little man stalks the heels of a drunkard. It's a place of darting eyes and crowds and mobs, and people with empty hands. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia. The program was produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. The musical score was composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. Included in tonight's cast were Jane Webb, Georgia Ellis, Jay Novello, Georgia Backus, Byron Kane, and Clayton Post.
Broadway's My Beat, from Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
Broadway. It's a time and a place and a fury that beckons with a blinking eye, then reaches out and hugs you close, and you're caught up in it. The seesaw of color, the riot of noise and night sounds, the mottled gold from the spectaculars that drips over you. And you try to hold it, but your hands clutch a pinch of dust, a handful of ashes. That's Broadway. My Beat. Scattered in the streets, there are cubes of silence, spotted so that the roar of the city rolls against them, ebbs. Municipally designated hospital zone, quiet, do not blow horn. Pain creates its own sound. It doesn't mix well with the voice from outside. And in the hospital corridors, you walk as if on a knife blade, because the balance is that thin between you and the people on the other side of the wall. A man was waiting for me at the end of the corridor.
Hello, Danny.
Dr. Sinsky, I got your call, Doctor.
You made good time. The hospital got in touch for me to get here, so I did likewise to you.
Why?
They'll be wheeling a girl down to the operating room in a few minutes. Her name is Francie Green. It's the name of a lifetime, Danny. Now...
She dying?
She might live, Danny. She was hit by an automobile. Someone hit her and ran away.
Oh?
This accident, this hit and run away, it was preconceived. This of trying to kill a 20-year-old girl with the name of Francie Green, this had a plan to it.
I don't understand you, Doctor.
Last Saturday morning, the same girl I treated in the emergency ward. A man with a handkerchief tied over his face tried to beat her to death. But she screamed and the man ran away. I gave her compresses and kind words. But her lips were trembling. I couldn't stop that. She was terrified.
Go on.
Tonight, Danny, I talked to her. She said someone tried to push her in front of a subway train yesterday. She just felt someone's hand on her back. Tell me, Danny, who could need the death of a 20-year-old girl to make him happy?
The girl, what about her?
Sells cigarettes at a place called the Oasis. She's coming now, Danny.
Francie, you'll be all right. I'm a policeman, Francie. I'm Danny Clover.
Find out who wants me dead. Find out.
The girl turned her head away from me, shuddered, and let the pain wash over her, because the flow of pain was better than the brutal touch of death. Then she turned back, and her eyes were restless shadows of fear that wouldn't sleep, that nothing could make sleep. Her begging now was silent, and my promise to her was silent. Then I got out. The Oasis was one of the caves on 52nd Street where the shriek of trumpets was chained to the walls, where loneliness was bartered for the lament of saxophones, where a voice was close to your ear because you wouldn't have heard it otherwise.
All alone, kid?
Yeah.
Did you pick this hole, or did it just come on you like something you've been dreaming?
I picked it. I'm from the police.
Yeah? Don't apologize, kid. We've had your type before. What kind of police? New York, Elmira, secret? You got your badge from saving box stops?
You want to see my credentials? Is that it?
That would be a good bit. You show them to me. I believe him. You can have fun in the house. But on the house.
Here. Take a look.
I believe him. Have fun.
You said on the house. You can say that?
Henry Miller, proprietor, master of ceremonies, caller of the dance. Time magazine says of me, and I quote, colorful owner of perhaps the worst nightclub in America, but without doubt the best time in the world.
What do they say about Francie Green?
The cigarette girl? They didn't get around to her. You got a bit with Francie? I asked because most of the time I'm like a father to her.
Then you know she's in the hospital. The doctor says she might die. But you'd know that, being like a father.
All right. I'll split hairs with you. When she stopped showing up for work regularly, I stopped being fatherly. I became the irate employer.
What made you like that?
Frances' excuses. She was beaten up. A subway train chased her. These are excuses to a colorful, cultured employer?
You didn't believe it? Why?
I'll tell you. The lazy girls that work for me dream up such bids to get out of slavery you wouldn't believe it. Wait. You said Frances in a hospital dying? The truth? Not an act?
Not an act, Henry.
Remind me to make a note to send her flowers. Flowers with a sweet smell to them. That Frances a good girl. Sweet.
She wanted me to find out who wanted her dead. Any ideas, Henry?
No. No ideas unless...
Unless what, Henry?
Unless Francie, my innocent cigarette girl, somehow got innocently mixed up in last week's murder.
That's right. There was a shooting here.
Yeah, Joe Paget, a very steady customer. Last Friday it happened, and you haven't solved it yet. Don't you guys have a department for the solution of crime?
Good morning to you, Danny. May your day be merry and bright.
What's the matter with you, Tartaglia?
Oh, lack of sleep, Danny. The pink eye were over last night.
The who were?
The pink eye, Mr. and Mrs. Pincus. Plural, pink eye. Latin.
Well, and the pink eye kept you up late.
Making canasta after canasta. Salt to the wound. As Father Salvatore said, it's the luck of the pinkorum.
Tartaglia.
Father Salvatore said that and demanded a new deck. Laughingly.
Tartaglia.
Huh? Oh, yeah, Danny.
Did you get that memo I left you?
Yeah, I got it, Danny. The girl, Francie Green, the operation, this way and that way. Dr. Sinsky doesn't know yet.
Go on.
The solution of the murder of Joe Paget, who was found shot to death in the men's powder room at the Oasis nightclub last Friday night, to wit. Solution of crime is being undertaken by Detective Muggavan.
Yeah, I know. What progress?
Progress? To wit. Joe Paget was a bricklayer by profession with a wife by marriage. Good union man, home lover, 100% substantial. It is his wife who concerns us at the moment.
She concerns us? How?
Well, she had a perfect alibi. The night of the shooting, she was playing hostess to a sewing bee on her block. But there's something strange.
Hey, you did that good. Now tell me what's strange.
At the time Muggavan questioned her, Danny, the next morning, there was a guy there who held her hand and wiped away her tears.
What guy?
A guy who the police also questioned. A guy named Ray Fennell.
Ray Fennell. Now it's Ray Fennell who concerns us at the moment.
As indeed it did. This Fennell, when interviewed, said he was a projectionist. Is onto the screen at the Outpost Theater. This checked.
Alibi?
You should have such a strong alibi. At the time of the murder, Ray Fennell was in jail.
The alibi of Ray Fennell was something I had to find out for myself because of the promise I'd made to the girl, Francie. Because I had to find out for myself. The Outpost was one of the movie cribs on 42nd Street, converted from a legitimate theater to a burlesque house to a grind house. What it was grinding out now, the posters yippied, was 4 sagas of the Golden West. Not a double feature, not a triple feature, but 4 for the price of 1. 4 Apollos with golden spurs riding 4 silver stallions into the sunset. And a snack bar just inside the lobby. Even the ticket taker was bow-legged. He looked at my badge, digested it, shifted the wad of bubble gum in his mouth, inclined his head to a stairway. It was very hop-along, the whole thing. The door on the projection booth said, "Keep out." I didn't pay it no mind.
You can read, mister. The sign says keep out. Somewhere they must have taught you how to read 2 little words like that.
You, Ray Fennell, projectionist?
The way you said that, you could be a dues collector. But you don't look like a dues collector, more like a cop.
You, Ray Fennell?
Yeah, I am he. Wait till I turn off the speaker. I'll tell you about Ray Fennell, mister. Up here in the projection booth, he is king. He pushes a button, magic pictures appear on the screen. The clients down there, they might not understand why a cop loused up their magic, unless the cop states his business.
They tell me you were in jail last Friday night, Ray. Why?
I got a better why. Why don't you goons leave me alone? All week you've been dirtying up my days and my nights.
Why did they put you in jail, Ray?
It don't register. Insults don't register on you guys, huh? It's on the book, mister. Ray Fennell, drunk and disorderly. I get one lousy night off a week, the clients put me in the drunk tank. All you clients make me sick.
A man was murdered last Friday night, Ray.
Do tell.
They tell me you know his wife.
Do tell.
It's your turn.
I'll tell you like I told the others. Yeah, I know his wife. Mrs. Paget and me, very friendly. I know her for a long time. Even before Mr. Paget, the cold and dead Mr. Paget.
And you've been consoling her for his death.
Much better than a consolation prize. Ask Mrs. Paget. You could almost say she's happy her husband's dead.
And you? How about you, Ray?
What's good enough for Mrs. Paget's good enough for me. Oh, now look what you made me do. I don't pay no attention. The film breaks. You won't mind if I take myself away from you to fix this?
Yeah, I mind, Ray. Leave it alone.
You'll square this dereliction of duty with the management, with the union, with the client. The clients get restless. Hey, listen to them.
They'll understand. All of us clients understand things like that. But some things we don't.
You don't say. Like what?
Like about a girl named Francie Green. You know her, too, Ray?
Never heard the name. Never laid eyes on her. You're building something, aren't you, mister?
Yeah, we want to know why somebody wants her dead.
It's easy, mister. Everybody wants somebody else dead. Take my good friend Mrs. Paget, for instance.
And you, for instance. Let's go, Ray.
Are you crazy? I can't leave this booth.
Yes, you can. Call your relief or whatever you have to do. Then let's go.
Why? Why? You goons got nothing on me. I've been over it 1,000 times. I got the alibi. It's all down in your little dime store notebook.
Don't get excited, Ray. Now you've heard the name Francie Green, all I want you to do is look at her. And I want her to look at you.
Danny, here.
Hello, Dr. Sinsky. How is she?
I couldn't come to the phone when you called that you were coming down because I had to help in the operating room.
They took Francie back. Another operation?
This morning, emergency.
Oh.
She's still in there. We can't move her. Here, slip this robe on. We'll go into the operating room. You'll see her.
This is Ray Fennell, Dr. Sinsky.
Mr.
How
Fennell?
are you, Doctor?
Take the robe off the hook, Mr. Fennell.
Yeah, all right.
Just this morning, Danny, she started to hemorrhage. You ready? Through this door. We're feeding her oxygen.
I don't feel so good.
Such a sweet girl.
No good at all.
Francie Green. Such a nice name. Why, 20 years old.
Of all the shrill, insistent voices on Broadway, the voice of death is sometimes the hardest to hear. But it's there, and finally it will be heard. As Broadway heard the whisper of the dying of Francie Green. To Broadway, the fact that Francie had been a cigarette girl in a nightclub gave her shroud some glamour. But the fact that her dying was the final sum of the brutal violence committed upon her, Broadway shrugged off. A girl like that, they said, what can you expect? At headquarters, we felt differently about the dying of Francie Green. Sergeant Gino Tartaglia, he felt different about it, too.
Danny, it frightens me. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night and it frightens me.
What does, Tartaglia?
Everything. This job, this metropolis, we call a metropolis. This young girl, Francie, who shouldn't have died, but died anyway.
Tartaglia.
Wait. Let me finish, Danny. Let me spill it out. Otherwise, I'll be ripe to fall into the clutches of a psychoanalyst or some other professional man. Even my domestic relations with Mrs. Tartaglia have become strained.
Oh?
Yeah, Danny. I screamed at her last night. I raised my voice to Mrs. Tartaglia in front of the Tartaglia children. All she was doing was hoovering around me.
Hoovering?
Yeah, with a hoover. She was performing a necessary domestic duty like vacuuming the Tartaglia rug, and I scream at her. Just because I am so internally upset about this murder of Francie Green.
Feel better now, Tartaglia? Is it all right to go ahead?
Yeah, Danny. I've told you my feelings on the matter. So now let us proceed to the chores of the day.
Anytime you're ready, Tartaglia.
The alibi of Ray Fennell, the projectionist, has been checked and rechecked as per your command. The records show he was veritably in the drunk tank the night of the murder of the bricklayer Joe Paget, arrested by Patrolman Samish.
Yeah, it doesn't get us anywhere, does it?
That's not my department, Danny, to get us anywhere. I'm only a cog in this infernal machine we call living.
There's a connection somewhere, Tartaglia. There has to be. Paget was killed last Friday night. The attacks on Francie began right after that.
Whatever you say, Danny. I also have here an item that might or might not be of interest to you.
Oh? What is it?
The body of an unidentified man was washed up in the East River last night. The consensus is that he was murdered. You want it?
Now, give it to Detective Kenny. Anything else?
Nothing, Danny, except I am filled with a great sorrow over the death
Yeah, I know. Is it all right with you if I leave now?
Whatever you wish. Where you going?
To call on Mrs. Joe Paget. I want to know how she feels about all this.
May your venture succeed in success, Danny. Leave me know how it comes out. I'll add it to the record. Oh, Danny.
Yes? Oh, yes, a half a dozen hot cross buns and a cinnamon...
You're Mrs. Paget?
Yes. What are you...
I'm not selling anything.
That bakery truck parked across the street. You're the man.
I'm Danny Clover. I'm from the police.
Oh, I see. Well, please come in. In the parlor. Please sit down.
Thank you. Mrs.
I
Paget...
haven't dusted in here or anything since Joe died. Since my husband Joe had that accident. I think I'll move away from here.
I'm sorry about your husband.
Yeah, of course you are. I know you are. Everyone's so kind. The girls have been wonderful. The girls, my neighbors, baking me things and comforting. Such kindness.
Tell me about Joe, Mrs. Paget.
I told about Joe 2 times, 3 times to a policeman. I want to cooperate, but I've told already. It takes time to tell. Dusting around the house, straightening up. A girl must take hold. Tragedy comes to everybody, and a girl can't let herself go.
How did you and your husband get along?
There was a difference. I read books, magazines of the better quality. Joe came home from laying bricks too tired to be friendly and husbandly. He didn't discuss. He ran out of talking about things a long time ago. And the other girls have the same trouble.
Now what, Mrs. Paget, now that Joe is dead?
Now that Joe's dead, there's another fellow, Mr. Clover. The girls don't blame me. The other fellow, Ray Fennel, he reads and he laughs and he knows nice things to talk about. There's Ray Fennel. He says love like in the movies.
Did he tell you Joe was dead? Did he break the news to you?
No, it was simple how I found out. I got out of the cab and went in and Jean told me.
Out of the cab?
I went to meet my husband at the Oasis. On Friday nights we meet there. We used to meet there. Joe got paid on Friday. At my insistence, we stepped out on Fridays.
Who is Jean?
Jean is Jean Bradbury. She's pretty. She's such a pretty girl. She's the photographer that takes pictures of couples at the Oasis. She met me at the door and told me. Oh, pardon me, Mr. Clover, the door. Yes? Oh, yes, a half a dozen hot cross buns and a cinnamon stick.
There was nothing after that. She offered me a slice of cinnamon cake, and I said no. I asked her whether there was anything else she could tell me. She said no, so I left. Left to the idea that Mrs. Paget was one of the girls, one of the million housewives. And because I'm a policeman, the idea was clouded with the fact that there are files on housewives who have committed murder. Mrs. Paget had told me a story. It was a story that needed checking. I called headquarters for information on Jean Bradbury, photographer at the Oasis. They came up with her hotel address. I went there. I guess I disturbed her.
Go away! Go away! Can't you understand? Get away from here. Go away.
I've got to talk to you.
Go away, go away, go away.
I'm from the police, Miss Bradbury. You want to talk out here?
How do you say no to a police? How do you tell a cop you don't want to talk to him?
Sometimes, like now, you can't. What about it, here or inside?
Come in. I don't know a thing. Come about the murder of Joe Paget, huh? I don't know a thing.
You get up pretty late, else you'd know. Else you'd read the papers and know. Francie Green is dead.
Dead?
Murdered, Miss Bradbury. Francie Green was murdered. She sold cigarettes at the Oasis while you took pictures. You passed her 100 times a night. Now she's been murdered.
Dead. Francie?
What do you know about her dying?
What's the matter with you? Being a cop, does it kill you inside? Look at me. I'm trying to scream. I can't do it because you embarrass me.
I'm a cop, Miss Bradbury. Sometimes I've got a mentality that doesn't go beyond motives for murder. And why, after one murder was done, another one follows it. Listen to me. Something happened last Friday night.
Joe Paget was killed.
He was killed. Then later, a week later, a kid named Francie Green was run down and killed. What's the connection, Miss Bradbury?
How do I know? I take pictures, a commission job, and run fast. How do I know anything?
What happened Friday night? Why was Francie killed? Because Joe Paget was killed. Help me, Miss Bradbury.
I don't know a thing. I took pictures all night, Mr. All night.
What are you thinking about?
All night except for 10 minutes. Francie relieved me.
She relieved you. How?
I broke the heel on my shoe. I went to the dressing room to fix it. I gave Francie the camera. A guy was hollering to have his picture taken. Francie knew how to take a picture.
Go on.
Nothing else. She took one picture. She brought it to me to develop. She handed me the camera and said, Gene, there's such characters in this place.
She said that for any special reason?
After she took the picture, some character came up and offered her $50 for the negative.
The man she took the picture of?
No, some character, I said. Francie brushed him. She gave me the film. I developed it, gave it to the customer. He liked it so well, he bought the negative, too.
The customer, you know him?
Sure, he's in every Friday night. Little guy with a candy store on Grand Street. Comes in every Friday night for a ball. Has his picture taken. He pays by check. Signs it Menasha N.M.I. Meston.
On Grand Street, huh? Thanks.
With you in a minute, mister. At this moment in eternity, I'm busy.
It's all right, Menasha. Take your time.
Thank you. Making up an order of confections for the shindig Mrs. Rosenblatt's throwing for her son, Davy. Davy's bar mitzvah tomorrow. Confirmed, you know.
Should be with Glick.
I will relay to Mrs. Rosenblatt your compliments today. It'll only take a minute. 5 pounds chocolate-covered cherries I got to weigh up. Got it ready in the sack. 4 pounds, 12 ounces. There. 5 pounds to the penny. Who is this Mrs. Rosenblatt getting fancy? Chocolate-covered cherries. I remember when a dime's worth a penny licorice was... how often do you have a son who's bar mitzvah? Now I can wait on you. What is your pleasure in the line of confections, mister?
A friend of yours, Jean Bradbury.
A doll.
She says you took her picture at the Oasis last Friday.
Every Friday Jean takes my picture.
Last Friday?
Come to think of it, last Friday, no, it was Francie. Anyhow, every Friday I have an anniversary with a different girl. Celebrate some charming thing that has happened to us during the week. Pardon me, mister, but you have a right to talk to me intimately like this?
Yeah, I'm from the police, Menasha. Danny Clover.
Oh, then maybe I better explain to you about my name. That N.M.I. in the middle, Menasha N.M.I. Meston. This N.M.I. is an affectation. I picked it up in the Army. I wasn't blessed with a middle initial. I didn't mean no harm by it.
May I see the picture you had taken last Friday, Menasha?
Naturally, I got them all pinned in the wall. See, which one was last Friday? Oh, this one right here. I remember because the girl is last Friday's girl. Doll, huh?
Yeah. The man behind you in the background, you know him?
Huh? No, I never had the pleasure. As a matter of fact, now that you point them out, this is the first time I noticed them.
Mind if I take the picture with me, Menasha?
It gives me such glamour. It's absolutely necessary you should take it.
It's necessary, Menasha.
Excuse me. That's Kenny Store. Yeah, he's here. It's for you, Mr. Clover.
Thanks. Danny Clover here.
You're a tough man to track down, Danny. Hey, Danny, guess what?
What, Tartaglia?
The guy they fished out of the river I told you about. You said give it to Kenny? Maybe you should take him.
Why?
Because the arresting officer who arrested him in the first place for being drunk and disorderly has identified the body as belonging to Ray Fennell, the projectionist. Interesting, huh, Danny? Huh, Danny?
It was interesting. Interesting enough to make me go back to headquarters to look at the broken body that the river had washed back. The body that had been identified as Ray Fennell. And then it all fell into place. And that meant going back to a movie grindhouse called The Outpost and to a projection booth.
I don't even have to turn around to know who it is. I got a feeling up my back the minute you open the door.
Turn around anyway, Ray.
Yeah. I hear you've been calling on Mrs. Paget. Rake's a nice girl for a man, huh?
I called at the morgue, too, Ray. There's a man there with a tag around his toe. The tag says it's Ray Fennell. But the tag's wrong, isn't it?
Yeah? But then maybe only you and me know that. So what is it, Bill?
Murder. You committing same. You killed your alibi for last Friday night. But like you say, so far only you and I know that. So let's go and tell the people, huh?
Oh, you got corny dialogue for a policeman. Here, I'll prove it to you. I'll flick the switch and prove it to you.
Everett, Kansas, there's no call on you to do this for me.
Well, there is, ma'am. Cause it's my duty to get the varmints who killed your father. Rustle your cattle.
Who's cornier? You or the cowboy? I give you a choice.
The man in the morgue, Ray. The same one you hired to get drunk and disorderly enough to be put in jail. Your build, your identification, enough to establish you positively among 100 weekend drunks.
You're more fascinating than moving pictures. Go on. Why would I do that? You have created a certain suspense in me.
For an alibi, police proven. Your alibi for the time you needed to murder Ray Paget because he stood in the way of Mrs. Paget.
That's very funny.
Shut up, Ray. I'm not through. Then you had to murder Francie because she took a picture that you were in. You made a mistake, though.
Oh?
Yeah. You talked to her about the picture. You tried to buy the negative from her. That way you registered on Francie. You couldn't afford that because you were supposed to have been in jail. So you had to kill her.
I had to do that, huh?
Sure. You should have let it alone, Ray. Who cares about a picture taken in a nightclub? Let's go.
It's not going to be that easy. Ray Fennell is not going to let it be that easy for you.
Don't be a fool.
Kill you and run. What if they caught me? A little more time left for living.
Give me that gun.
A little more time.
Give it to me.
Hey, here, Kansas.
Drop it. It's no use, Ray. Drop it.
Hey, ma'am. Got to be a ride.
You're breaking it.
Yeah. Like I said, Ray, let's go tell the people. In its midnight fury, Broadway is a mirage, a fragment peopled with phantoms who might be men or women. You touch some, they vanish. You touch others, they snarl and slink away. It's real, or it's a slab gouged out of a dream. You never know which. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia. The program was produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. The musical score was composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. The cast tonight included Kay Stewart, Virginia Gregg, Joe Forte, Hy Averback, David Ellis, and Jack Crucian.
Broadway's My Beat, from Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
In autumn sunlight, the September day trots out its promises for Broadway's considering, displays them in doorways, in pushcarts, in gutters, decorates them with price tags, invites you to browse, don't touch, buy, don't squeeze. And at cut rates are the second-hand delights, the tears slashed down to any man's purse, the bolt ends of dreams. The vendors simper, the hawkers wink. Buy, kid. That's a winter sun on your shoulder, and the day is short, so buy. And that's what you do, kid, because on Broadway, there's no other choice. And at police headquarters, the September's Day has arranged its wares of violence on your desk, stacked as to category, degree, grade. Because the day is still fresh, you put off the reaching for them, the touching of them, but it screams close to your ear.
In the morgue, Danny. Come down. I got something of interest to you.
And walk the corridor to the room of the dead. Through the swinging doors into a place without season, where all nights, all days are of equal length, where temperature is constant, where the wind is conditioned before it's let flow over death. Walk up to the man who waits for you.
A nervous twitch, Danny, to juggle things in my right hand. Maybe I'll be remembered for it.
What have you got, Dr. Sinsky?
The man lying there. They found him in his bed last night, murdered. These that murdered him. 2 bullets. Look.
Yeah, 22 and a 32. Wouldn't you say so, Doctor?
That I wouldn't know. What I know is only one of these was needed to kill him. Either one. The man was wanted dead twice, Danny. He was killed twice. 2 bullets, different size, twice dead.
You know who he was?
When they brought him to me last night, there was a tag on him. A name, Tom Keeler. An address, the Nixon Hotel. Nothing else. No other word to the living about why such things must happen. You're
sure, Doctor? You're sure that
Each wound was a mortal wound, Danny. Each wound could... Yeah, I'm sure. You'll want these, huh?
Yeah.
Take them.
And that's the way my day began. And the ingredients of it were a medical examiner, a murdered man, and 2 bullets. In a room of no value except to the dead, except to those whose business is with death. Consider that briefly, then push it away. Leave, go, get out, and hurry. And in the corridor, find what you're looking for. The breath of air not controlled by a thermostat. Then the walk down the hall. Turn over the 2 bullets to technical. Then outside, in the squad car, the ride to West 25th Street and to the Nixon Hotel, to the 5-story brownstone that seemed to list from pressure of the insurance housing project next door to it. Go in. Ring a bell. Wait. And be greeted by the man in gray suspenders and no shirt.
Morning.
Good morning. I'm Danny Clover, police.
Randy Quantrill, hi.
You had a little trouble here last night, didn't you?
Oh, just a mess of it.
Did you know the man who was killed?
You mean Tom, huh?
That's right, Tom Keeler.
What do you mean, know him?
Talk to him, have a beer with him.
Said hi to him. That's about the extent of my to-do with him.
How about visitors? Did he have any?
Look at the sign over my shoulder, Mr. Clover. Mr. Clover, I know some Clovers down in Selma, Alabama. You any kin to any Clover?
No.
Look at the sign over my shoulder. No visitors, no visitors.
And you think just because the sign is there, Tom Keeler didn't have any visitors?
No, I don't, mister. We got a sign in each and every room says no smoking in bed. In the last year, we had 3 mattress fires. So what I'm saying is I never saw anybody sneak past this desk that I said to myself, there's a Tom Keeler visitor.
What else about Keeler?
Oh, we got mail this morning. Maybe I ought to tell you that.
Yeah, maybe you should.
I'm going to. Fresh mail that come this morning. Here, the letter.
Oh, thanks.
From the Great Northern National Bank.
So I see.
Please come in and talk to us with regards to your commercial account at your earliest convenience.
You read upside down, Mr. Quantrill?
I've lived in Baltimore.
Oh. Thank you, Mr. Quantrill. Thanks a lot. And for that, Randy Quantrill winked at me, laughed noiselessly at me. Leaned against the mail rack, scratched his back with it. It wasn't the moment to intrude any longer on such private pleasures, so I left him. At the Great Northern National Bank, a guard, uniformed in tattletale gray, took my name, my business, walked down a marble aisle with them. An aisle lined with identical desks, identical faces behind them. Unerringly, the guard chose one, the right one. This was a shrewd guard. He muted his voice to the extracurricular business I had brought to the Great Northern, offered it to the man. The man considered it, digested it, and when he had it all in order, motioned me to the chair the guard had placed discreetly close to him.
I'm told we can help you, Mr. Clover.
A man named Tom Keeler had a checking account here.
We're aware of it. Therefore...
Then you know that he was murdered last night in a cheap hotel?
We're aware of many things, Mr. Clover. Our research...
I'm sorry, I can't hear you. What'd you say?
I say that our research department makes a point of informing each of us here on many diverse matters. Matters that could even most remotely concern us.
Thank you.
Beg pardon?
I said thank you because you let me hear what you had to say.
I was appointed, Mr. Clover. Should any questions arise about the late Thomas Keeler, should any questions arise, I was to answer the questions. Your interrogation is what, Mr. Clover?
We down at headquarters think it's strange Tom Keeler slept in a flop house when he had a
checking account with us?
Uh-huh.
Philosophical question, Mr. Clover. Somewhat out of my province.
Pardon me, what?
I say that all we know of Thomas Keeler is that we were asked to transfer $50 weekly to his account, which we have done religiously until...
Who asked you to do that?
Consular at Law, General George Weber. If you want his address, we shall give it to you.
Thanks. You were saying you did this until... Until what?
Until 2 weeks ago. Possibly 2 weeks and a fraction of a day. When Mr. Weber asked us to discontinue his generosity.
Why?
I suggest it is a personal matter concerning Mr. Weber. I don't mind troubling you with it.
What? I'm sorry.
I said that I would...
Never mind. Probably wasn't important. And go to the Park Avenue apartments of George Weber. Be told by the person at the desk that Mr. Weber is not at home, perhaps at his office, the person suggested. And be handed a slip of paper with the office address in a handwriting with the I's dotted with small circles. Weber and Marley, the slip said. Attorneys, Finance Building, Suite 12. Go there. Go through a door and past the beam of an electric eye. And wade through a carpet to a desk and an olive-skinned girl with tight black hair. Offer your name, show your credentials, and be told Mr. Weber is out. Would you see his partner, Mr. Paul Marley? You would. You're nodded past another door and another beam, and to a slender young man who is waiting for you in front of a wall lined with every law book ever written. Be chaperoned by him through yet another door. And there he was, Paul Marley, partner to George Weber, impeccable in morning coat, striped pants, and an army discharge button in his lapel.
That'll be all, Robertson. Now, sit down, please, Mr.
Clover.
Clover. Please sit down.
Well, thank you.
The information you gave out there says you're a policeman.
That's right.
And this is about what, sir? What can I do for you?
It's about a man named Tom Keeler.
Keeler?
Man found murdered last night.
Yes.
Shot twice with different caliber bullets, either one fatal.
Yes. Is all this a matter of legal advice for the police department? You want to know if a man was shot by two people and each
That's
shot...
That's not it at all. Tom Keeler, it seems, was supported by your partner.
By Mr. Weber?
That's right. Each week, $50 was drawn on Mr. Weber's account and deposited in favor of Tom Keeler.
Surely
there's no mistake. That's the way it was.
But I know Mr. Weber so well. His affairs, everything.
Where is he?
On Fire Island, since the day before yesterday. He has a place there. I'm pretty sure he went there.
Well, out of season for Fire Island, isn't it?
Oh, I don't think so.
The end of September?
Mr. Weber goes there all year round. Whenever.
Whenever what?
Whenever he's disturbed. He has the idea of the sea, the strand, the loneliness of it. Personally,
what was
I don't
Mr.
know...
Weber disturbed about?
Well, he has a sister, Peggy. She's just 20, so you can imagine.
No, I can't.
Beautiful girl of 20, rich, and you can't imagine?
Look, Mr. Marley...
My partner was constantly arguing with her. We're a conservative firm, Mr. Clover. Individually, both Mr. Weber and myself
What's that got to do with Peggy?
Peggy Weber is headstrong.
How?
Well, I take my partner's word for it that she's headstrong. Therefore...
And they argued, Peggy and her brother. What about?
I have no idea.
And he went to Fire Island to recuperate.
One way of saying it. Anything else, Mr. Clover? No? Then please, these documents here, if you don't mind.
And get in touch with the authorities at Fire Island. Check on the whereabouts of Mr. George Weber and wait. And an hour later, a phone call. Mr. Weber is not on Fire Island. Mr. Weber's place there is deserted. From the looks of it, hasn't been inhabited for over a month. So come up with a conclusion. Mr. George Weber was missing. Put out an all points bulletin on him. And go back to his Park Avenue apartment. Make a request of the management.
We're always glad to accommodate the police.
Then let's go, shall we?
Of course. Mr. Weber's apartment, right this way, down the hall. Yes, sir. Although, I'd like to know why we should intrude.
Don't worry about it.
Yes, sir?
Open the door.
Of course. And here we are.
Yeah. We are, aren't we?
What? What did you say? What did you say, Mr. Clover? I didn't... Oh.
It stopped both of us, the management and myself. It was a sight that needed only one glance, and the details were there forever. The free-shaped coffee table and the grotesquerie of the man spread beside it. The tracery of blood that stopped abruptly.
Mr. Weber. That's Mr. Weber.
The penknife, bone-handled and cheap in his heart, to be remembered. Details in the death of George Weber.
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. There will be a slight pause while we think of an adjective to describe Mario Lanza. Sorry, guess there just isn't one adjective to describe a guy who sings just as well in the popular range as in the classics. But here's a suggestion. On CBS Radio tomorrow night over most of these same stations, don't miss Mario Lanza's All Request Show. And more of the same by lovely Giselle McKenzie and Ray Sinatra's music.
When the night slips out of Broadway's fingers and the false dawn blurs the shadows, Broadway stands bewildered. The carnival is run down. Only the stragglers walk it, with their step without pattern, like their dreams. And the color of their loneliness is the darkened neon, the last sparks of a cigarette butt, and pavement gray. And they walk it. They never know Broadway's closed for the night. And somehow or another, whether it deserves it or not, the world gets to be 9 o'clock in the morning. Then there's a place for everybody. It's daytime, breakfast time, work time, make a dollar time. Or as Sergeant Gino Tartaglia said it...
Lend me $1, Danny.
Oh, sure, Gino. Here.
Thank you. The reason for this transaction, Danny,
No, you don't have to explain it.
I want to.
Go right ahead.
Thank you. Mrs. Tartaglia forgot to tuck my dollar into my lunchbox today, as is her wont, for the little things a man needs during the day. She just phoned me and confessed her dereliction of duty in this matter.
Gino...
She said ask Danny for it. And tomorrow she will tuck in $2 so that you will not go hungry.
Tell Mrs. T not to worry.
Roger, Wilco. And now, Danny, to the chores of the day. Knife which did George Weber in was of the variety which can be purchased at our leading hardware stores for the nominal sum of $1.98. Practically untraceable.
Prints?
Wiped clean.
Go on.
Well, that's about the sum and substance of the intelligence which has been shunted from the downstairs to the here, Danny. As of now. However...
Yes?
A young lady is in the anteroom and wants to see you.
Who is she?
A Miss Peggy Weber, sister of the most latterly deceased.
Get her.
This way to see Danny Clover.
Now, sit down, Miss Weber. That'll be all, Gino. I'm glad you came, Miss Weber. Your name's right here on my calendar to see today.
I knew you'd want to question me about George.
How did you hear about his death?
I was home. The late news on the radio. You see, I didn't live with my brother. We didn't get along.
Oh?
It's going to be a lot simpler now with him gone. I'll wear a black dress like this one for a month and call it a decent interval of mourning.
It's not any concern of mine, Miss Weber,
it's entirely your concern, Mr. Clover. Your position demands that you locate people who would have motives for murdering my brother. I would.
Did you kill him?
A few of my friends and I got together some time ago. For kicks. We were going to try things together, just for kicks. Black magic. Well, I spent the first 10 days of my membership sticking pins into my brother's picture. And all that happened is that he got a sty on his eye. Outside of that, I never harmed a hair on his head.
Why all this hate, Miss Weber?
Simply this. I love a boy. I told George about him. George got red, then blue, red again, and then a lovely color I never saw before. He found out who the boy was. Ruined him.
Who is the boy?
Ralph Clay. Now runs a bowling alley on 3rd.
One more thing. Do you know a man named Tom Keeler?
Not offhand. Why?
Oh, never mind. Leave your address with Sergeant Tartaglia, Miss Weber, and thank you very much.
You, Ralph Clay?
Huh? Oh, hello. Yeah, it's me. It's my dying day. You walked into an empty hall, mister. Feel real sorry about it.
Well, don't be. This way we can have a long talk.
Shall we? Don't let it get away from us, mister. I want to take care of this thing coming up. Kingpin, 7-pin. Challenge. What do you think?
Go ahead.
Watch me. Yeah. Never say go ahead to me in that tone, mister. Not on that shot. My quirk. Each day I live for it.
I'll remember, Mr. Clay. Look, police.
Yeah. Stick your thumb in the ball, mister, please. Have fun. I'll write it off under entertainment. Joint's bare, no one will know.
Something Peggy Weber said. It sent me to you.
Peggy? The girl of class. She tell you I killed her brother?
I got the impression she was in love with you.
Pity the girl. She lives in ancient history. In a time where she loved and I loved back. But ancient history. Under the bridge.
Peggy did something to you?
She had a brother. Now dead, I read. It stopped me for a breath on the way to the sports page.
George Weber did something to you?
Yeah. And I'm a man who likes to talk about it. My daily nourishment. Share it with me? Huh. Georgie Porgy Weber didn't like how his sister used to put her hand in mine, so he marked me lousy.
How?
Standing before you, Mr. Police, is a boy who once thought he was a lawyer. Cap in hand, he went to Georgie, his soon-to-be brother-in-law, asked for a job, keep it in the family. Georgie smiled, shook his head no. And with words and music, he told me he'd spoil for me any job I took from anyone he knew.
Because you loved his sister?
I was second in my class in law school. You want to invent other reasons?
Why hate Peggy for it?
Things like that run in the blood. I'm gonna stick around till it comes out in Peggy and slaps me in the head.
Then that gives you a motive for having killed Weber.
Yeah, ain't had a luck, you know.
And Tom Keeler, what did you have for him?
Keeler?
A man who got killed in a flea bag. A man Weber supported until...
Typical. This supporting him, I mean. Good old Uncle Tom was an old friend of Georgie's and Peggy's father. After the father died, Uncle Tom still hung around.
Why is he called Uncle?
Peggy calls him Uncle because he was her confessor, her hero. Everything that ate Peggy, she brought to good old Uncle Tom.
Not to her brother.
Who goes to a man like that except to kill him? I give you something to ponder, Mr. Police?
Yeah, you did.
I'm glad. Makes me want to live through another day.
Watch the bitter boy make his strike.
Yeah.
And consider the lie he'd flipped to you. The girl's lie that she didn't know Tom Keeler. And wonder over it. Jot it down in memory as a future conversation piece with Peggy Weber. And then, remember a man who said he knew all about George Weber, everything but the mention of Keeler's share in his partner's life. Go to him, wait for him to finish his preening, to taste to the full the decorations bestowed upon men of know-how.
Got this little time machine for being on my toes, Mr. Clover. Handsome tidbit, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
17 Jules, Hamilton. All because I proved in court the chap's wife had been unfriendly to said chap. Look what the grateful devil had engraved in the gold. To chum Paul Marley for setting me free. To chum.
What was there about Tom Keeler that shut your mouth about him?
My compliments, Mr. Clover. Brilliant strategy. Attack while the enemy celebrates minor victories. In tactics class at Fort Meade...
You told me about Weber. Personal things about him. His sister. Why not about Tom Keeler?
It pained me. For George's sake. My deceased partner's sake. It pained me.
You'll show me where it hurts.
You think you'll be able to understand? Don't answer. It doesn't matter. Keeler was a derelict, a bum, a hungry shadow in George's closet. That's why George opened that account for him. To keep him from coming here to beg. George and I had a large investment here. The presence of Keeler was
Weber cut off the account.
At my insistence. My counsel. It made quite a row the other day. Between Tom and George. I had to shoo people back to their desks.
You killed George Weber?
Attack. I admire your method, Mr. Clover.
For the investment, the plush carpets, the perfumed secretaries, the junior partners, all yours now. You killed Weber for that?
The death of my partner was a great loss to me, Mr. Clover. A personal loss. Were it in my humble power to hunt out his assassins, I would dedicate my knowledge, my life, my...
Yes? Danny, something I can do for you?
Dr. Sinsky, I have an idea about something. I want you to check it for me.
Gladly.
Get out the medical examiner's report on Tom Keeler.
Gladly. In a sec. Here. What do you want it for?
I want to put it side by side with this one I've got on George Weber.
So?
Here, look.
It says Weber died day before yesterday at approximately 6 p.m.
Uh-huh. And it says on this report that Keeler died about midnight on the same day. You know what that means, Doctor?
No, what?
There's a pencil on your desk. Figure it out.
Well, Mr. Clover, you used my address after all.
Mind if I come in, Miss Weber?
This evening you can go as far as calling me Peggy, but you can't come in.
I'm afraid I'll have to...
You'll have to force your way in? Well, I could relish that.
Peggy.
But a friend's visiting with me.
Ralph Clay.
You said the password. If you know that, you might as well come in. Ralph! Come out wherever you are. Say hello to Mr. Clover, Ralph.
I told you a big fib, didn't I, Mr. Clover? Well, now you know.
I didn't know whether you'd broken off with Peggy or not. It doesn't matter anymore.
You want to ask Peggy questions, huh?
You, too.
Goody, goody.
You lied to me, too, Peggy.
Because I'm a liar. I give Ralph a lot of trouble that way, don't I, Ralph?
Let's just listen to what the man has to say.
Your lie about Keeler, Peggy. You said you didn't know who he was.
I explained it to you. I'm a liar.
I found out who killed your brother, Peggy. I said
We heard you.
There were a lot of motives floating around, Peggy. Yours.
Leave her alone. She didn't kill her brother. I did.
Oh, cut it out, Ralph.
Peggy.
Ralph had nothing to do with it. I did it.
What's the matter with you, Peggy? You're crazy. You're a liar. You lie. That's why you're saying you killed your brother.
Ralph.
Neither one of you killed him. You thought Ralph did, Peggy, and Ralph...
What are you trying to do to us, Clover? What are you doing? Police methods trying to get us to play against each other?
Take it easy, Ralph.
Go on, take it easy, Ralph. Take it easy, Ralph. What are you trying to say? Talk!
Tom Keeler killed Peggy's brother.
What? Clover, so help me out.
Listen to me, both of you.
Clover!
Let him talk, Ralph.
Keeler killed him because his source of income was cut off. A man like Keeler could kill. Desperate man. A man without livelihood. A tramp who made a habit of living off someone else's generosity.
Ralph, it was all my fault.
You found your brother dead, didn't you, Peggy?
Yes, and I...
You thought Ralph did it.
Yes, I thought... Oh, Ralph.
It's gonna be all right, baby.
And Peggy went to her Uncle Tom like she always did when she was in trouble. Told him Ralph had killed her brother. What did Tom Keeler say to you, Peggy?
He said not to worry. Just not to worry.
Then he got in touch with you, huh, Ralph?
Yeah. You know what he told me?
I think so.
He told me Peggy killed her brother. And he was the killer all the time. And I'm supposed to be a bright boy.
So he had each of you believing the other had killed George Weber. How much money did he want from each of you to protect the other?
Oh, what difference does it make? Doesn't matter anymore.
Blackmail. That's why Tom Keeler's dead, too. Murdered.
Yeah. You can slap the cuffs on me for that one, Clover.
No, Ralph. No more. You don't have to anymore. Mr. Clover, my uncle said he wanted everything I had to keep quiet about Ralph. So I went up to his hotel room while he was sleeping. And I shot him.
No, Peggy, that's what I did.
That's what you both did. To protect the other. You both shot Tom Keeler.
Peg, baby. Peg. Stop her! Peg! Oh, Peg!
There's a time on Broadway when the crowd gives up, goes home. The lights buzz fitfully, die. Then it's a street of dim moonlight and dark whispers and the wind of the autumn night, the wind that scatters everything. Yesterday's headline, yesterday's dreams, yesterday's people. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover, with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia and Jack Crucian as Muggavan. The program was produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with musical score composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. In tonight's story, Lillian Baeff was heard as Peggy Weber, Anthony Barrett as Ralph Clay, Paul Frees as Randy Quantrill, Bob Bruce as Mr. Chase, and Edgar Barrier as Paul Marley. Here are two Sunday features that have captured America's fancy year in and year out. On Sunday afternoon, the distinguished music of the Symphonette, directed by Michel Piastro. On Sunday evening, the outstanding vocals of the Choraleers. Listen for both these musical treats every Sunday on most of these same CBS radio stations. The Symphonette in the afternoon, in the evening, the Choraleers. Stay tuned now for Songs for Sale, which follows immediately over most of these same stations. Bill Anders speaking. And remember, this Monday night, Lux Radio Theater features 13 Hollywood stars in the Gala Salute on the CBS Radio Network.
Broadway's My Beat, from Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
Broadway settles down to another year's living. The days begin to drift backward again, away from you like they did last year. And it starts all over. Punch the time card, smile at the boss, and the income tax forms can be picked up at any bank or branch post office. But there's still the dream, and it could happen on Broadway. It's the corner of the world where 1 million performers do their bit just for you. It's carnival, and a clown and a girl with yellow hair blowing kisses. The end of a ride that costs you a dime. Maybe you'll get your money's worth. But there were no dreams where I was, in the big room, the chilled room, the room of the lost dead, the city morgue, the man with me, the seeker of sorrow, a father.
And she wanted to come home, Mr. Clover. The last letter I got from her told me how much she missed Akron. Not that she didn't like New York, but it's so big, so hard to make friends.
Yeah. You want to look now, Dr. Halstead?
Yes.
Doctor?
How did she die?
Here.
Shot. Lynn? Shot? Where did you find her?
Look, Doctor.
I want to know. Where was she found?
The river. She's been here for 3 days.
No, I want to look at her. I want to look at her face.
You haven't said it directly, Doctor. She is your daughter, isn't she?
My daughter.
Feeling all right, Doctor?
Yes, I just want to sit down.
Cigarette? How long has Lynn been in New York?
3 years. She left Akron on her 18th birthday. Didn't have much trouble getting jobs. As far as I knew, her last employment was as a private secretary.
Private secretary? With whom?
She didn't say. She just mentioned it was a real estate office and that she liked her work.
Where did she live here in town?
I addressed my letters to her at the Linden Apartments in Gramercy Park. Now, please, Mr. Clover, leave me alone with her for a little while.
And know that outside, the light of the winter's morning is brilliant, dazzling, as it strikes the frost-veiled chrome of the city. But here it must filter through steel-webbed windows, reflect off the faces of the dead, grow dim. Here it lies against the closed eyes of a man who has made the journey, found at its end his child's death. Then his hand reaches out for the girl's forehead, draws aside a strand of hair, tries to smooth away the pain, the shock that had been frozen there, and walk away from it, because this is an image of anguish seen too many times. Go now to the Linden Apartments, yellow ivy clinging to old marble, facing the steel-fenced winter's garden, whose paths can be walked only by those privileged with a key to its gates. Gramercy Park. Talk to a man who, among his other duties, had dispensed such a key to Lynn Halstead.
You understand it's quite a privilege, our private little park. And I must say of Miss Halstead, she availed herself of it far too rarely. For what reasons, I shudder to think.
Why, Mr. Clement? Why do you shudder?
Well, after all, it is rather desirable to maintain residence here in Gramercy. I could show you waiting lists years long.
Miss Halstead lived here? I don't see...
Of course she lived here, but so sporadically. Weeks on weeks would go by with her apartment standing forlorn, empty, lonely.
But you're saying, Mr. Clement, that she lived here but didn't live here?
Only used this as a mailing address, I fear, and a kind of phone service. For what reason?
I know, you shudder.
Quite. See, her mailbox is filled with uncalled-for letters. Here, from Dr. Halstead. A relative?
Give them to me.
From department stores, book clubs, and these phone messages. This man has been calling for 3 days now. I keep telling him Miss Lynn isn't in. Leaves his number, not his name.
Give it to me.
Why, of course. No one else to give it to now, is there?
Show me her apartment, Mr. Clement.
Oh, I'd be delighted to. It's one of our most desirable. Now I'm free to inform the management that it's...
Which one isn't?
Just down the hall. Here we are.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, what a mess. What a frightful mess. The disarray, the things left about. Why, these stains on our carpets.
Bloodstains, Mr. Clement.
That kind of stain? But that means she must have been here when she... Here in Gramercy Park when she...
Where's the phone?
Why, there, under that French doll.
Oh.
You gonna call that number I gave you? That man?
Jane's lunchroom.
Who is this?
Gene Blake. Who's this?
This is the police, Mr. Blake. Where are you?
48 and 3rd. White enamel coffee pot in the window.
Stay there.
I'll be here, kiddo. Something for you?
Yeah, coffee'd be fine.
Fresh donut?
Just coffee, please.
Sure. Coffee. You take cream?
This is fine. Your name Gene Blake?
That's right. Oh, you must be the phone call I had a little while ago.
My name's Danny Clover.
You're the policeman, huh?
Uh-huh. You know a girl named Lynn Halstead?
Sure I do.
When was the last time you saw her?
You tell me first, Danny. What's the trouble?
She's dead, Gene.
She's not dead. I've got a date with her tonight.
When was the last time you saw her?
4 days ago.
The last time you talked to her?
Well, I haven't talked to her since the last time I saw her.
She's dead.
Cut it out, will you?
This morning, her father identified her at the morgue. There's no doubt about it.
I said cut it out, will you? So that's why
That's why what?
Well, I've been calling her, to talk to her, to remind her about our date tonight. She was never in. She never returned my calls. In a hospital, sick, huh?
Lynn was murdered. She was found in
I
the
don't want
river.
you to tell me. I don't want you to tell me.
You known her for long?
August, I think it was. I didn't get to fall in love with her till September.
How'd you meet her, Gene?
Now, she wandered in here one night, late, sat down there and had coffee.
Mm-hmm.
She talked to me, thought my line of patter was kind of... We got along, that's all. I closed the joint, took her dancing. Neither one of us did things very well, or dance, or conversation. Things. That's why we got along so good.
Did you see her often?
Yeah, a couple of times a week, sometimes 3. A movie, walking, a drink. It's funny, though, I never took her home. She wouldn't let me. Just gave me her phone number.
Do you know where she worked?
The secretarial or something. A couple of times I picked her up in front of the Equitable building. I guess there. But she never said.
You'll be here whenever I want you, huh, Gene?
Yeah. Where am I going to go?
And gather up the pieces that had once shaped the pattern of a girl's life. An apartment in Gramercy Park for mail, for phone messages, for death. Her wandering onto a man who then walked with her, danced with her, loved her. A father who had seen her lying in the morgue. And against them, the barrier of secrecy the girl had woven out of the city's darkness. Not to tell them where she worked, to give them only a phone number, a mailing address against their sudden need of her. And take what Gene Blake has given you, among other things, the name of a building, the Equitable Building. Find it in the 40s on Madison. Try it. And after many real estate offices and receptionists whose lips were not moist enough had to be moistened again before answering the policeman, after the long parade of friendly real estate brokers with the bone-crusher handclasp and the sorrow at not knowing a girl named Lynn Halstead, find the man who did know her, whose private secretary she was. John Martin, real estate. Don't look anymore. We'll find you a home.
And I mean it, Mr. Clover. I'm dedicated to it. Why, it's the passion of John Martin's life, finding the right home for the right people.
It must be gratifying when you do, Mr. Martin.
Oh, it is. Let me tell you it is.
That photograph on your desk, Mr. Martin.
Yes.
Your family?
Yes. Oh, I like you for that, Mr. Clover. I like you for taking notice of something like that. Go on, pick it up. Take a good long look at it.
Yeah. Fine-looking boys.
Yes, aren't they?
This woman is Mrs. Martin?
My doll. My sister, my mother, my wife takes care of me like I was a baby with a colic. And now you were saying about Lynn.
We found her in the river, shot to death. She lay in the morgue 3 days before anyone identified her.
Someone finally did, huh?
Yes, her father, Dr. Stephen Halstead. He came from Akron to take his daughter home. She'd written him she wanted to go home.
Go know a girl. Go know a girl who works for you day in and day out, takes your dictation, reminds you it's a wife's birthday, trudges across the street on her own time to bring you coffee, a snack. Then police find her in a river. Don't know them.
You didn't know she wanted to go home?
Oh, it's like a bolt from the blue, Mr. Clover. I thought Lynn was happy here working for me. She told me many times how glad she was, how I'd helped her to finally carve a niche for herself in this crazy town.
Yeah. There's something I said before, Mr. Martin. Lynn was in the morgue for 3 days. No one came to identify her.
Oh, you're saying that I should have done that. Look, a girl as beautiful, young as Lynn, she takes 3 days off. I'm not the man to question such whims. No, she could have been gone a week or a month. Her job would have still been here for her.
Well, there are other private secretaries.
No, you're kidding. None like Lynn. Why, she... Oh, excuse me, please. John Martin, real estate. Oh, yes, he's here. For you, Mr. Clover.
Thanks. Yes?
This is Dr. Sinsky. I've called every real estate agent in the Equitable building, Danny. I'm in the emergency ward. Get down here.
I'm busy.
Sure you're busy. So am I. It'll all keep. Just get down here fast. Drink it. Drink it all down and you'll sleep. The hurt will go away.
Dr. Sinsky?
Fine. Very good.
Dr. Sinsky.
Hello, Danny. It never stops, does it?
All right, just tell me what happened.
Fur coat over there on the chair she was wearing when she was brought in here at 10 o'clock. And under it, the nightgown she has on. Wandering around the street that way. What happens to people, Danny?
Who is she?
Who is she? Wait. Miss. Can you hear me, miss? I want you to tell me your name, miss.
Name?
I want you to tell me again, miss.
Name? Lynn. Lynn Halstead.
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
The new year has taken hold now, and already Broadway scurries to quicken its passing. There are ways to do that. Add more neon to burn away the night times, more Mazdas in the spectaculars to wink away the long darkness. And the illusions? No new ones, kid. Last year's models. Heated up and with a new paint job, no one will know the difference. Need an illusion, kid, to pass the time? For free. Just reach in the bag. Every color, every size. Faded a little, worn a little. But at these prices, what do you expect? Big red rolls, all dewy with tears? Reach in, kid. Take your pick. And hurry, because Broadway's waiting in line. But the lost girl who had wandered a city, drifted on winter's wind, this was no illusion. Nor was her slow, still dying.
I tell you this, Danny. This girl could have stayed alive, even with the bullet wound that is in her.
You mean she wanted to die?
No, I don't think so. I think what made her get out of whatever bed she was in, made her walk in the cold only in a nightgown and a coat, what made her do that was something else.
Hmm?
A shock maybe, a hurt maybe, a memory.
You're saying that if she'd stayed where she was, she wouldn't have to die.
What else am I saying? The wound had been tended to. The bullet removed 3-4 days ago, professionally. The healing had already begun to take hold. It was not the work of a clumsy man, Dad. It was the work of a professional, a doctor.
You're sure of that?
Some things I know, Dad. I'm saying to you, this girl undid what was done for her.
Can she be moved?
Yeah, it won't matter.
Put her in a room upstairs.
All right. We've been going all around it, Danny. We haven't let ourselves dwell on what she told us.
That she was Lynn Halstead?
That she was Lynn Halstead.
I'll make a call.
Dr. Halstead? The man who called another dead girl his daughter?
That's right.
Tell him to get here quickly, Danny, and...
And what?
Nothing. Just tell him to get here quickly.
One more thing, Doctor.
What?
Don't talk to any reporters. I don't want this to get out.
Danny, please, get this girl's father here quickly.
You should only explain to me, Mr. Clover, why you asked me to come down here after all.
You'll get all the explanation you need, Dr. Halstead.
Very well.
Is it?
What?
Never mind. This is the room. Go ahead, Doctor. On the other side of the screen.
Lynn. Hello, Lynn.
It'll be all right now, Daddy.
Of course it will.
All right now.
Yes, I won't go away again.
I waited. It was so long.
It was just a little while, Lynn, that's all. No more than an hour.
It seemed...
Don't talk, Lynn. Lynn. Miss Clover.
Yeah?
My daughter is dead.
Yes, I'm sorry.
This is my daughter. This is Lynn.
That other girl, the one in the morgue, who is she?
I don't know. I'd never seen her before.
Uh-huh.
Well, it's over. I suppose you'll have to do something about me.
Obstruction of justice, Doctor. There'll be something you'll be charged with. You want to talk with me now?
Outside.
All right. All right, Doctor.
I got to New York 4 days ago. I came here to bring Lynn home. I found her apartment house, and I found Lynn.
She'd been shot, Doctor. Did you shoot her?
I found Lynn. She was dying when I got to her. I didn't shoot her, Mr. Clover. You can think so. I don't care. I really don't. If you want me to say I shot her and you want to charge me with that, it's all right. If you want me to, I'll say I did.
Just tell me what happened, Dr. Halstead.
She'd been shot. She was barely conscious.
Tell you who shot her?
No. She cried when she saw me, that's all.
Mm-hmm.
Then she went into shock. After that, she just babbled about her childhood, about her home, about the faraway years.
And you, a doctor, you removed the bullet and treated her?
Yes. I didn't know whether she was going to live. I just sat beside her and waited for her to say the person's name who shot her. There were phone calls and people knocking on the door. I never moved from her side, but she never spoke the person's name who shot her.
Well, how'd she get away from you?
When I came to the morgue this morning, Lynn was gone when I got back. I guess she wandered around looking for me or looking for something, I don't know.
Why did you come to the morgue?
Those phone calls, those people at the door, I suddenly realized that one of them might be my daughter's assailant.
Go on.
I'm a doctor. I've been in morgues before. There was a good chance there'd be an unidentified girl in your morgue. There was. I identified her as Lynn because I wanted to keep Lynn alive.
You did all that? You could have gone to the police.
I'm here now. And you'll do what you have to do.
Danny?
What do you want, Chino?
Well, at least look at me when you ask me what do I want. The way you stand at the window staring out into the nowhere and the beyond gives a person chilblains.
Sorry, Gino.
My eldest Tina does the same thing. A starer from cold windows. What am I to do with you two?
Now I'm looking at you, Sergeant. I ask you again, what do you want?
To give you things. Like that Dr. Halstead is now being held by the DA for arraignment.
Go ahead.
Thank you. The girl in the morgue, whom Dr. Halstead called his daughter, has been identified. This time for sure.
Oh?
A Miss Lily Follett, a frequenter of bars where there was frequent mayhem.
Uh-huh.
The last one she so attended cost her life, our boys have ascertained. It was there she was shot, from there tossed into the river. Several characters are now being held on suspicion of her murder.
Anything else?
The rundown on the true Lynn Halstead, the girl who...
Brief it, Gino.
It goes without saying. Miss Halstead left Akron, arrived in our city 3 years ago. This checks with her father's testimony. While here, attempted all the things bright out-of-town girls attempt. Drama school, modeling...
What else?
What else is that our checkers have discovered where Miss Halstead was staying when she was not staying at the Linden Apartments.
Oh?
Indeed. Our checkers, having gone over Miss Halstead's place at the Linden with fine tooth and comb, came up with a commuter's ticket to Long Island in her effects. And to Long Island they went.
You want to tell me what they found, Gino?
A cottage small twixt Sound and Highway owned by Miss Halstead. Nice going for a secretary to maintain 2 residences.
Yeah, nice going to you, too, Gino. You understand everything now, officer?
I think so.
I can go over it for you again if you want.
I'll be okay.
Uh-huh. Use this phone. I'll listen in on the extension. Go ahead. Try to act hurt, officer.
I'll try, Lieutenant, but I've never been shot.
Hello?
John?
Hello, who's that?
It's Lynn.
Who is it?
Lynn. Lynn Halstead.
Where are you?
Where you left me. You know where I am, John.
Wait.
All right, Lieutenant?
Just fine.
Len? Len, Oh.
Sit down, Mr. Martin.
What?
I said sit down. That's right.
Where's Len?
Dead?
I don't believe you.
That's up to you.
Look, once before you told me Len was dead. I just talked to Len less than an hour ago.
That's funny. She's dead.
Where is she? In there in her bedroom?
You want to see her?
Died after she called me, huh?
You want to see her, Mr. Martin?
No. No, I never could stand the sight of death. Well, I guess I'll be going, Mr. Clover. I guess the papers will tell me the where and when about the funeral. Huh?
Don't go, Mr. Martin.
Why not?
Len's not in her bedroom. She died hours ago.
I don't get you.
Oh?
What are you doing? Playing crazy games? You get your kicks playing with a dead girl's name? She is here. She isn't here. She's dead. She isn't dead. Who called me, anyhow?
A policewoman.
A policewoman? Well, be proud. Funny game you policemen play.
Why'd you come here, Mr. Martin?
I'm a sucker for phone calls. A girl calls and tells me she's alive. I get happy about it and I call a cab.
That's not the reason.
Well, read my mind for me.
All right. You came here to finish what you started out to do, to kill Lynn Halstead.
I gotta take this from you?
No, you can just submit to arrest, come downtown, call a lawyer, and tell them you're being held for murder. We'll even let you call your family. Tell them the same thing.
What's on your mind?
You didn't know whether Lynn was dead or alive until just now, did you? You just knew the girl who was first identified as Lynn wasn't really her.
You told me she was, and I believed you. Why shouldn't I believe you?
You didn't believe me the first time I talked to you. You knew the girl dragged out of the river wasn't Lynn, because how could Lynn have gotten to the river? You must have gone out of your mind, Mr. Martin. Shoot a girl, and there's no news of the shooting. Just waiting. And a girl is identified as Lynn Halstead. You knew it wasn't Lynn Halstead at all. All you could do was wait.
What are you mixing me up in this for, anyhow? I got a family.
You had a family when Lynn Halstead walked into your office. She was a beautiful girl, wasn't she?
I told you that.
How much were you paying her as a secretary?
Well, she was a good secretary. I paid her $75 a week.
I guess she could have afforded her place here at the Linen Apartments and that.
She started at $50, but I raised her to $75.
But how could she afford to buy that cottage in Long Island?
Mr. Clover.
I thought about that, Mr. Martin. I asked myself a question. If a real estate broker has a friend and he wants to keep the friendship quiet...
All right, I gave her the house.
But she gave it back to you, didn't she? Everything in it. Because she found a boy she fell in love with.
Love? That's love? What she had with that soup slinger in that 10-seat restaurant?
She told you to sell it. Do anything you wanted with her. She didn't want any strings attached to you anymore. So you killed her.
That's love? What she had with that soup slinger? Cheap movies? Walking in the park? That's love? Listen, I've been through it when I was a young punk. You think that kind of stuff was for Lynn?
So you killed her.
I thought I did. I sweated through it. For 4 days I did.
Let's go.
She walked out on me. You think that's fair? Sure, I killed her. What do you think I was, anyhow? A punk? Some young punk? What do you think I was, anyhow?
Broadway's quiet now. The hour without color. 6 o'clock hour. The hour of going home. But in a while, the night will dip down and touch the street. And there'll be fury again. A rack and roar and crowd. The puppet dance into a screaming furnace of light. It's Broadway. The gaudiest. The most violent. The lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway. My beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover, with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia and Jack Crucian as Muggavan. The program was produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with musical score composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. In tonight's story, William Conrad was heard as John Martin and Herb Butterfield as Dr. Halstead. Featured in the cast were Hy Everback, Joyce McCluskey, and Bob Bruce.